All right. We'll do this. This. My phone is not in the best of shape right now. It's alright. That is alright. Let's go here. Okay. Turn that down all the way. Alright. Alright, cool. Alright, here we go. Oh. Load game. Here. Yes. Continue. That's what I want. I do not want a new game. Oh, what's up? Welcome back, Zach. Oh, you know what I should do? Let's go here. And then, here. And then, where is it at? Oh my god, where is it at? Am I like blind? There we go. That's what I want. Alright. I will do that, and then yes. There we go. And then we'll do this, and then nope. Put this here. And then cool, we should have a chat box now, because that would make sense. Alright. Alright, we're back. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the first truth bullet that I got, just to refresh my memory here. The victim is Wolfgang Akire, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He is kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is 9:35 a.m. And we don't know how they died because apparently that would give away too much information. So let's do this. Let's explore what we gotta do here. The generator. It looks to be broken. Half of the generator's internals had melted away, and what still remained was almost completely singed. Yeah, this was definitely the cause of the power outage. What could have melted the wires, though? It looked like a bomb had gone off in there. Now that I think about it, during the game tournament, taking a deep breath, I steadied my grip on the controller and pushed both joysticks as hard as I could. Kaboom! Huh? All of a sudden, the world around me turned pitch black. There had been a loud boom right before the blackout happened, similar to a firework going off or something firing a gun. Did I overhear the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else near the dining hall could have made that kind of noise, I don't think. Alright, good to know, good to know, good to know. If my assumption is correct, the generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. That's suspicious as hell. There's no way the two events aren't connected. You don't say. You don't say. But I'm also working purely off my memory of the boom. To be absolutely sure, I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Was there any way for me to find that out? Maybe like looking at a clock, if I were to guess. Alright, what else should I be looking at? There's a cord right here. There's a cord in the water. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There was no internal plug. Is this water at the bottom of this, the boiler room? I don't know. There's no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the cord been burnt? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms, maybe. It wasn't always in this condition, that's for sure. All the items we've been provided so far, light bulbs, speakers, a fridge, they've worked perfectly well. So what happened to this cord, and why is it even in the water? Okay, yeah, it is water, okay. That's weird. Why would a boiler... Is it normal for a boiler room to have water in it? I might just, like, be stupid, but... I don't know. Is that a taser? Shrapnel. What is that? What is shrapnel? Chunks of something red were floating nearby the generator. It almost looked like metal or maybe plastic. Were these originally part of the generator? The colors and material don't seem to match, though. Shrapnel. I don't even know what that is. What the fuck even is that? Boilers boil water for steam. Oh. That makes sense. That does in fact make sense now. Thank you. Thank you for making me look like a dumbass. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Ah, a taser gun. Pretty random thing to be lying around a crime scene. It definitely wasn't in the boiler room prior to the murder either. Did that mean this taser gun was involved in the murder? On closer inspection, nothing about the gun looked particularly strange. Had it even been used? I'm pretty sure taser guns dispense some kind of wire when fired. Yep, they do in fact do that. Nearby were some yellow pieces of plastic on the floor. They were the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Had these originally been attached to it? I can't tell where they would fit on the gun though. Never mind. What's the point in making guesses when I can just get him to confirm? After all, someone who's a pro at wielding guns should know them better than anyone else. Alright. Oh, F works as well? Hang on, let me fix something. This. There we go. That should work now. Alright. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's something else in here. Is that a knife? I don't want to investigate his body yet. A knife? Why was a knife floating in the water? On the blade and in the surrounding water, I could make something out. The unmistakable color of blood. There's no doubt about it. This knife must have something to do with the murder. Why the knife was here and not actually on the platform, I had no idea. Okay. Okay, interesting. Let's actually search. I'll inspect the rest of the scene first before... Okay, well... Fair enough, I guess. Let's look at the blood here. There was blood speckled across the floor. I didn't notice it at first due to the room's restricted lighting. But now, after my eyes had time to adjust, it couldn't be more obvious. Looks like it passes into the hallway too. Oh, okay. I'd completely missed these during the blackout. Okay, speaking of, after the body discovery announcement, everyone barged into the boiler room through this door. Yet these blood spots don't look smudged. I'm guessing they were already dry by the time any of us got here, in which case... Could this be Wolfgang's blood? I don't know. Huh. Oi, take a whiff of the air. Ain't there something off about it? I followed his instructions and sniffed the air. It smells like burnt rubber. 'Cause of the busted generator, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. There is another scent, a real bitter one. Well, yeah, there's a dead body there. What do you think, John? You might actually be onto something. It's almost like cereal and rubbing alcohol. Indeed, I'm suspecting a mighty chemical reaction at work. Oh, well... He probably got electrocuted, just looking at his face, but yeah. I've had my fair share of travels across the sea, and I'm no stranger to foul play. There's no stench worse than one of a disastrous combustion. This thing is, I got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell is supposedly that of a chemical reaction. Where else could it be coming from besides the busted generator? Unless Jean's conclusion about the smell is wrong. I wouldn't put it past him. Odd smell. Alright. I like the picture. That was funny. Anyway. Ulysses, what do you got for me, Barra? My fella? The generator over there is partially submerged into the water. I think we should be wise to stay on this platform. Was he worried about the water being electrified? Ava and I managed to stand in it way back when. I don't see why now would be any different. Then again, the generator wasn't damaged the last time. Damn. Yeah, since Wolfgang is kneeling in the water, we should avoid touching him. No. You don't know for sure if the water's unsafe. Huh? Listen to me. Before you start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Saying that, Ava walked over to a pile of boxes and pulled out a light bulb. Oh, I see what you're doing. Sure enough, Ava went straight to the edge of the platform and threw the light bulb into the water.
Look.
See, it's not lighting up. That means the water is safe.
Well,
I see. Then I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolfgang.
Okay.
Are you going to? I think I will observe from afar instead. Fair enough. Now isn't the time to be listening to your nerves. Okay. You do that, my fella. What do you got for me, Ava? Or Eva? Aren't you going to investigate Wolfgang?
Yeah.
Me? Who else? Back when we mistook that dummy for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly. That's different. I never thought it was real.
I see.
Now that we were finally advancing in the investigation, her cool composure had all but vanished. Typically, I guess, she can only keep up an act for so long. I mean, most people can only keep up an act for so long. That's probably why Wolfgang died, right?
Hello?
That's my hypothesis, though. Winona, you're still here?
seriously?
Is there a problem with that? Why does she need to frame everything I say in the worst light? I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by the announcement. Is that what you were doing before the blackout?
Huh?
Repeat that.
It's simple.
The blackout. Were you still with Ulysses when it happened?
Come on.
You're not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. She can't be serious. That blackout didn't. The blackout affected the entire building, unless.
Anyways,
Let me rephrase. Where were you when the murder happened? Where were you? At Cassidy's game tournament in the dining
Oh,
hall.
really?
Really? Not what I expected. R.I.P. Bozo smoking that Wolfgang pack. Dude, I hate Wolfgang.
Let me see.
Ulysses and I spent this morning by the large tree. We stayed there up to and including the time of Wolfgang's murder. Sounded like she had an alibi then. As for the location she mentioned, I assumed this entire building complex connected to the one generator, but it made more sense for that tree area to have its own separate system, hence why it didn't lose power. Yes. I could have figured that one out without having to use hence and shit. Okay. Without this fucking long explanation, but okay. What about the courtyard, though? Was anyone there at the time of the blackout? Alright. Cool. Can I now investigate... his body now? Okay, I guess not. Is there anything else? Ulysses? Got anything for me, bro?
hi.
Why did you move over here? It's,
The struggle.
I feel it is highly important we investigate anything and everything we can. That is why I moved over here to investigate. More like he didn't want to be near Wolfgang's body. And in what was a first for the investigation, something other than fear appeared on Ulysses' face. It was curiosity.
Eh?
What is it? Look at the floor in front of the door.
That's...
This? Yes. This is just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, it's still a part of the crime scene. It necessitates documentation.
Not important.
Seriously, something this small means nothing. It could have it could have come from the generator or the pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. This guy, there's so much here he could actually document, and instead he's focusing on some flimsy piece of metal. All the more reason to rely on myself. I feel like... Okay, well that's a bobby pin. Come on now. Or a safety pin. That's not a safety pin. That's a bobby pin. Yeah, they're not the same thing. Come on now. Let's be real here. Alright, it feels like I've given the boiler room a good rundown, which means time to take a look at this guy. Just yesterday, Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us, and now he's dead. Well, yeah, we didn't really like him though, so it's alright. Who had the resolve to commit such a needlessly brutal murder? To go so far as to mangle his body? I couldn't unpack it. I didn't know how to. This wasn't just some dummy I had to investigate. This was a real person. It was so far out of my expertise, let alone my comfort zone. Do you want to inspect him? Holy crap, did she really have to scare me like that? Yeah, I do want to inspect him. It's just the idea of getting close to him.
Where?
I'll investigate with you. It'll be easier for both of us that way. Right?
Right.
Alright, fair enough. So I think the we're just gonna have to figure out how do we figure out how he died? You know what I mean? Wolfgang laid completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness, and his mouth was open as if he'd been killed mid-scream. Ava's expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcasts and make the worst of us. At times, I even hated him for it, but this brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in his final moments that left him so terrified? Was it the realization he was about to die? Mulling over the what-ifs won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now, my focus should be to find evidence. And that begins by investigating his body. Alright. What do you want me to investigate exactly? I don't know if you want me to investigate these again. I don't feel like it would make any sense to, though. Alright. I guess his hand. With the way Wolfgang was slumped over the platform, it almost looked like he'd fallen on top of it.
Focus.
Let me see if his palms are scratched. As I knelt down to take a closer look. Huh? Trickling down from under the cuff of Wolfgang's sleeve and onto the rest of his hand. A strange injury that looked a lot like a tree spiraling. Sapling. Not a spiraling. Sapling. Was this a burn mark? It is. And, fun fact, alright? Fun fact, Nerd Jack is coming out. You could get that, sometimes when people get electrocuted, they'll get that. They'll get, like, a fucking mark. A temporary mark of, like, their veins and shit. I think it's their veins. I don't know. But it's cool. And if I ever get electrocuted, I hope that happens to me. Because I'd be pretty fucking fire. Or struck by lightning. Not electrocuted, but struck by lightning. When I looked at Wolfgang's other hand, I saw the same thing. Okay, how about I touch you then, buddy? How about that? Markings that seemed to extend down the arm.
The hell?
Ava, look at this. Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. That's really horrible. They look like gross little veins. What inflicted them?
That's...
There's a taser a little ways off from where we're standing, but I couldn't find anything to indicate it's been fired. So the only other thing I can think of is the generator.
Is that really true?
Why the generator? The thing has clearly been destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang got caught in that something, and that's how he died.
Not sure.
I'm not sure. The generator seems too far away from where Wolfgang is lying to cause burns like these.
Look at this.
Plus, the room's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it. Oh. Okay, that's actually interesting. Is that like for all boiler rooms, or? And clearly, I don't know anything about them, so I wouldn't know. You're right. Anything able to melt the generator's wires would have burnt his suit to a crisp too.
Thinking,
Exactly.
thinking.
I think Wolfgang received these burns outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave these markings. As for the actual place he got burnt, guess we'll have to try and find it ourselves. That is, if such a place even exists. While it's possible the generator may not have been involved in the murder, it seemed unlikely that Wolfgang made a detour for the boiler room after being severely burnt. After all, burns like this would definitely paralyze someone. Okay. Okay. As for Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Still, he must have fallen somehow. Why else would he be lying on the platform? Okay, everything on his goddamn... Okay. I can search every fucking limb on this guy. Jesus Christ. There didn't seem to be any strange markings on Wolfgang's face. However, along the back of his neck was a massive bruise, I'm assuming that's what it said. That looks like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is discolored.
Damn.
Right? How did he get this on the back of his neck? Nothing around us seems to have left it. This might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing? You wouldn't decompose that quickly.
That's...
Can a body really decompose this fast? It could or it could not. It probably depends on the environment. As in the temperature?
Correct.
Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm, humid areas like this boiler room.
Thinking.
Kind of like dairy products. That's a good comparison. Okay, but still, you're not gonna fucking decompose in, what, 5 minutes? The time of death was 9:35. I can't imagine it took us that long to find his body. You know? You're not gonna decompose that quickly. A tone-deaf one, but sure. Wolfgang didn't have this bruise yesterday at the very least. If he did, it would have been super noticeable. Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang, I caught something else. Near the mark on his neck, but not directly overlapping it. A red dot. Oh, maybe that's just a pimple. Is that a beauty mark? Doesn't look like it. The skin around the dot seems to be inflamed. It reminds me of a popped pimple. The sort of wound you could easily inflict on yourself.
So,
Then you don't think this is related to the murder? It might not be, but judging by the lack of scabbing, this was inflicted pretty recently, so we may as well keep it in mind. Alright, well, I'll keep it in mind then. I'll probably forget about it. Not gonna lie. Okay, well, his body now. What do you got for me? Now that I think about it, the place where Wolfgang laid was odd. What were the chances he would end up here between the only opening of the fence? The one spot where he could kneel over like this. Was it possible he'd been trying to climb onto the platform before he died? Oh, I didn't think about that actually. It's strange why he didn't use the stairs though, and even stranger that he wasn't even in the water. Even sure that he was even in the water. Now his blazer. Okay. Wolfgang's suit was completely crumpled, a far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into his pants, completely ruining the fabric. As I leaned in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking out from his back pocket. Though it was soaked, it wasn't completely destroyed. I really don't want to touch him, but with my thumb in my index finger, I snatched the paper out of his pocket, taking care not to brush my hand against his body. I gingerly folded open the paper, aware that some of the wetter spots could fall apart immediately, and found a message written inside. That's some very ugly handwriting. Do you recognize it?
Oh,
A lot of the text is unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low-quality pen. Although, at the bottom of the page, fragments of a message were still visible. Secret, 8:15 a.m. boiler room, close the door. Oh. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? It seems like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with him here.
I see.
Could that someone be the culprit?
not sure.
Probably. 8:15 a.m. That's a long time before the time of death, though. Maybe there was a struggle, or maybe Wolfgang arrived late. A struggle for over an hour? Come on now, bro. Let's be real here.
There must be
Either way, this message is definitely a valuable clue. It's our only insight into Wolfgang's movements before his death. Well, now I really want to know where everyone was at the time. I woke up at 8:30 a.m. this morning, so I was asleep when this meeting was scheduled to happen. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and I would have already been in the dining hall.
right.
Right, setting up equipment. As for the other students, directly asking them where they were at 8:15 a.m. might be risky.
Where?
Because they would wonder where we got the time from. Exactly, and I'd prefer to keep this note between the two of us. At least for now. Alright. Alright.
Anyway,
Anyway, this thing about a secret, what do you think that means? Probably has something to do with the motive, but we have Wolfgang's secret. We have the dirt on him, so I don't know what it could be. Well, I'm not really sure. It could be referring to anything. Anything, huh? You know what it means?
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail. Huh? If they claimed to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. Oh yeah, because we never talked to him. That makes sense. After all, Wolfgang asked us to meet with the person whose blackmail we had.
Strange.
A derelict boiler room is a pretty ominous place to meet someone, though. It would have been Wolfgang's first time here, too, assuming he didn't explore this floor beforehand.
What could it be?
Either he didn't see the super obvious danger in meeting here alone, or he did realize and just didn't care. Right, does that change anything about what I said? Does that change? Okay. Well, duh. If Wolfgang knew the warning signs, his reason for coming might have less to do with his integrity
You see?
and more to do with desperation, right? Because we never told him that we had it. Oh wow, yeah, desperation. To know the details of his
I
blackmail,
see.
it would stand to reason. Ugh, if only Wolfgang had hidden this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here, it would have been valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. He was never really on his guard during this killing game, except around you and me, I guess. That seemed to be everything I could gather.
Hello.
Hey, Damon, since we've inspected the boiler room, we should find the students who left and ask them for their testimonies. They went upstairs to investigate Wolfgang's dorm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. The victim's last known whereabouts are the best places to search for clues.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what they've been up to. Apart from collecting testimonies, there were two other matters on my mind. One, getting Desmond to inspect the taser gun. And two, pinpointing exactly when the blackout occurred, in case it happened at the time of the murder. I walked over to the boiler room. Okay, so we heard footsteps, kind of like running, when we were in. Okay, fuck. Okay, I don't know why I can't talk right now. Okay, so when me and Kai were in the storage room, when all of us were in the storage rooms, we heard we heard running from the hallway. So obviously it's not me or Kai. So we got Kai. You know what? He's starting to grow on me. I'm starting to like Kai. Thankfully he's not the one that Wolfgang. Hopefully not, at least. Hopefully not. I walked over to the boiler room door, which had been left slightly ajar. But as I began to pull it the rest of the way open, I noticed it. The doorknob, something about it looked different. Hey, Ava. The doorknob, I think it's been flipped. Flipped? Are you sure? What does that even mean? Take a look for yourself. The first time we woke up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the inside, not the outside. Ah.
Is that really true?
How would someone be able to flip a doorknob, though?
That's...
By unscrewing it, probably. Okay. Why didn't you say something earlier?
Huh?
What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed it.
Is that really true?
Really? You didn't notice it back when you entered the boiler room with Kai? No, not even then. It might have been because of the darkness or my own nerves. But back then, I wasn't paying attention to small details like the doorknob. All I wanted to do was enter the boiler room.
Anyways.
I know that makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob had I been there, but that's beside the point. Alright. Good for you, Ava. Alright? I'm trying to like you here, but you're making it really difficult to, you fucking nerd, okay? Alright. Anyway, this discovery paints an interesting picture. Since the lock was now accessible from the hallway, you could technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning that if you wanted to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them. Okay, that's actually very interesting. Okay. Come on, we need to collect people's testimonies before the investigation ends. Right, let's go. Alright, well. Interesting. Let's skedaddle. Let me leave. Hello? Okay, there we go. Hello? Can I leave? I can't... Hello? What's going on? What the fuck just happened? As a million questions rattled away in my mind, I followed Ava out of the boiler room. I don't know what just happened there. Actually, Ava, before we go upstairs, it's probably worth checking out the storage closets first. Why? I found something in the boiler room that might be related to them. What is that? Oh, yeah, the extension cord, I guess. Okay, what happened to the other end of it? Just frayed up. Okay, it had been. Okay, read this already. I don't give it. I'm not reading it again. That extension cord. We should confirm if it did indeed come from a storage closet. Okay,
However,
but first I want to talk to Cassidy.
Again.
You want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? She wasn't much help last investigation. Well, any help is better than no help.
Fair.
Fair. Alright, I'll talk to Cassidy first, and then I'll investigate the storage closets on this floor. Alright, let's do that. I see blood. Yeah. Can I enter focus mode in here? No, I can't. Okay. Well, I want to investigate the blood first. Because, screw you. There's dried blood on the floor. For some reason, it seemed to pool right around this particular spot. Dried blood, like in the boiler room. You notice the blood in there?
correct.
I noticed you noticing it.
See.
So, who do you think left all this blood behind?
Focus.
Well, it can't be Wolfgang, can it? Considering the sort of injuries he sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to have spilt a lot of blood.
There must be something.
Which means the only possibility we're left with is
What could it be?
the blood belongs to someone else. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Does anybody have any wounds? If I didn't notice the blood here, would you have pointed it out to me?
Eh?
I would have pointed it out to you if the roles were reversed. That way, you'd know not to step on it.
Right.
Sure, I'd point it out.
Thanks.
Okay, that was a weird statement, but you're welcome, I guess. All right, well, Cassidy, what do you got for us, girl? Cassidy was pacing around the hallway with a finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing. Oh, hey guys! Sorry for not noticing you sooner. I was performing a super sweep down of this here hallway. There's a lot of words. That's a lot of words for wandering around aimlessly.
Listen to me.
Can you put your sweep down on hold? I have a really important question. Let's hear it. Just don't drag it on too long, okay? Gotta finish my sweep down before time's up.
You see,
Do you remember who attended the tournament? The game tournament, huh? Everyone who was slated to join kept their word, so we had a full house. There were 8 people in total. Jet, Mark, Grace, Jean, Kai, and the 3 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep. Something on your mind? Well, since the murder happened in the boiler room, wouldn't that mean everyone in the dining hall has an alibi? Ooh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. She's totally right. Also, since we split into pairs while investigating those rooms down the hall, every pairing can vouch for each other.
Right.
Right, we all split up. What were the groups again? Jet and I explored Storage Closet B. Storage Closet B?
check it out.
That's what it's called on the map. Does she mean the map of the Tozu trinket? Alright, so they did B. I thought we did B, me and Kai. Or did we do D? I don't fucking know. I activated my trinket and sure enough, see Storage Closet B. There's also Storage Closet A, Storage Closet C, and Storage Closet D. Those are definitely the rooms we explored. Yeah, you're right.
See.
In that case, Kai and I must have explored Storage Closet C. I remember it clearly. The 2 of us checked the closet above and opposite the one Cassidy searched. According to this map, the only closet to fit those perimeters is Storage Closet C. Grace and I investigated the closet directly next to Damon's, so we must have been inside Storage Closet A, which leaves Mark and Jean with Storage Closet D. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I'm assuming that's going to be how we have our alibi. That's going to be what that's used for. You know, Damo, since you're here, what's the deal with you in the boiler room? What? When Kai told us party peeps about Wolfie, he said you 2 went inside the boiler room. The heck did you do that for? You're supposed to check out the storage closet.
No.
You're not casting suspicion on me, are you? Me? No way! As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. I investigated the storage closet with Kai. We just didn't find anything inside. Although we did hear someone run down the hallway. Huh? For real? Yeah. Yeah, we did. All that work for nothing, blah, blah, blah. Let's check out what's going on, and then we hear somebody running. Yes, I know. I remember this. Alright, I've got a great memory. Not really. Weird. And then I didn't. I clicked too quickly. My bad. I do.
Really?
Meh? Ava, did you really? Alright, so Cassie didn't hear it, but Ava did. Alright. I heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to yours.
However,
I just brushed it off as my imagination, though. Guess me and Jet must have been talking over them. Were those footsteps the reason you entered the boiler room, Damo? It's Damon, and yeah. They came from the direction of that room, so I wanted to see what the person was running from. Phooey, really? I would have just chased after the footsteps. I mean, entering the boiler room after something like that, you weren't scared a murderer was hiding inside? What I actually discovered wasn't much better. True, true. Then whose footsteps could those have been? I don't know why anyone would want to be running around those spooky hallways, let alone in the dark. Unless, ooh, maybe they were also looking for a backup generator.
That's not important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the place this person ran away from was the crime scene, those footsteps were probably the killers. Ah, you mean fresh off committing the murder?
Right.
Fresh off the murder, or a bit after. Depends what time we went downstairs. After, it depends. Okay. Right, okay, I see. Either way, whether it was immediately after the murder or not, for a brief moment, the only thing separating us from Wolfgang's killer were the storage room walls. That's creepy to think about. A little bit. Thus, bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels. No need to thank me. 'Tis all in a day's work. She didn't even do anything. Just let her have this, Damon. Alright? Let her have this. So do you want me to explore every single storage unit? Or storage room, I should say? I'm gonna lose my mind if I have to do this. Okay, this is storage closet A. Yeah, let's take a look around. As I began to inspect the shelves, the glint of something shiny caught my eye. Ava, look. There's a rolling pin here and handprints on it too.
strange.
What are you implying? That someone used this recently, and not for its intended purpose. Look, can you see how the handprints are on the base of the pin? You aren't rolling much dough if you're wielding this thing like a tennis racket, are you? The pin is also really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it would be clean like the other utensils there. Yeah, agreed. Not only that,
Jeez.
right, there's a dent on the pin too. Alright, so somebody got bonked in the head with it or something? Really? On the opposite of the handprints. Can you see it?
Weird.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Handprints and a dent. That's definitely not a coincidence.
Focus.
Could this pin have something to do with that mark we found on Wolfgang's neck? Ooh, maybe. Maybe. If it was used to knock him out, it would not only explain the dent on the pin, but the bruise on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way into this closet, though? What do you mean? How did the pin make its way into the closet after the killer used it? Oh.
There must be
I mean, if the footsteps Kai and I heard were the killers, they probably chucked the pin in here on their way out. Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense, though.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened.
Huh?
If the killer entered this closet and hid the rolling
Listen to
pin,
me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course. She and Grace were investigating this closet at the time. No shit. What if the killer placed the pin in here before any of us came downstairs? If they were out in the hallway, why didn't they use that as their chance to escape? Damn it, she's right about that too. Could this rolling pin really be unrelated? But it lines up so well with the other evidence. I'm sure there's something about it that'll help us in the trial. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to this room. Let's keep investigating. One moment she's speaking nonsense, the next she's totally coherent. I don't think I'll ever understand this girl. I don't want to understand her. Yes, I want to leave. I better not have to come back, okay? I'm gonna be pretty upset. I'm gonna be pretty upset, buddy. Wait, what? Guess I'd investigate this one then. Alright.
Interesting.
The map says this is storage closet B. Right, the closet Casting and Jet explored.
Look,
Do you see that? See what? The box in the corner over there, look. Confused, I turned to where she was pointing. This is... I think I know what it is.
Yeah.
A generator, right? The one you were referring to during the blackout?
correct.
Yeah, exactly. Since I've explored these rooms before, I knew one of them had a backup generator. If this closet had the backup generator, wouldn't that mean the ones who restored the power? Well, if Cassidy and Jet were the only people who entered this room, then they're the people who brought the power back. Are we like... I don't know how to explain. Why are we making such a simple explanation so long-winded, dude? Like, I don't. This is pissing me off. It's making my brain hurt. Damn, I'm surprised those two actually knew how to navigate a generator. Alright. That seems to be all there is to this closet. Alright, let's go to the next one. Alright. This one. What is this one? C or something? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the names. Or to the letters. This is D. Alright. Yeah, Mark and John explored this one. Let's see what I can find here. Is there anything weird about this room?
That's
I think I see something behind this pile of boxes. I stood on my tiptoes to get a better look and... Ah, so they really are here.
Well,
What's here? Extension cords, a whole bunch of them.
drain.
okay.
Oh. Yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. Only difference is these still have their other half intact. Huh? The internal plugs are pretty slim compared to other kinds of cords. The fact that these cords matched the one in the boiler room means the killer must have rummaged through these closets for equipment. For that reason, they needed the for what reason they needed the cord, I had no idea, but this was still a step in the right direction. All right, good to know. Besides that box of cords, nothing else about this room is standing out to me.
So,
Do you want to move on? Yeah, let's go. All right, let's skedaddle then. Let's get after it, guys. Alright. This is the one me and Kai looked at. This was the closet Kai and I explored. It was hard to get a good look at its contents in the dark, but seeing it now, there doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we can move on. Okay. We've looked through all the closets now. Did you find everything you needed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. The rolling pin and that stack of extension cords. There's no doubting their relevance to this case. At least based on what I've investigated so far.
Anyway.
Ava, let's go upstairs and collect some more testimonies. Finally. Bwah. Get the hell out of here with that, alright? Alright, let's get some testimonies. Let's get after it! Alright. So they went to Wolfgang's dorm. I'm definitely gonna have to go over the truth bullets again. As Ava and I emerged from the basement on the lookout for anything which could aid us in our investigation. What's up, Eloise? Right in front of us, a flustered Eloise was huddled with her back to the wall. Standing next to her. Sup, you guys? Might want to lower your voices around here. Some stuff has happened. What happened? Is something wrong? Huh? Sorry, Eloise had a bit of a frightening experience recently.
You think?
I think we all have.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene downstairs is bad, but I'm talking about something else. Did you, like, lie in a tournament or something? After Tozu left, we tried going inside Wolfgang's room to look for clues, but the moment we stepped in, she suddenly pounced on me. She? She dragged me out, and Desmond ran after us. I haven't been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since.
Huh?
Hold on, this she you're referring to.
Shit.
Yep, it's Grace. She's been guarding Wolfgang's dorm ever since she kicked us out. Grace was blocking access to Wolfgang's dorm? What the hell? We can't let her bar us from entering his room. The class trial could start at any moment. That's what I tried telling everyone else, but they pretty much gave up. Jet and Mark went to the dining hall, Diana went to the laundry room, and Toshiko and Ingrid went to the courtyard. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Eloise and I, though, we're not gonna let this slide. We gotta get inside that dorm room, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach Grace. And we've landed on something. Performing a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start badgering her with questions, poke at her ego until it eventually retreats. If you want, you can join us. A debater must be good at dishing verbal beatdowns, yeah? I did come here to inspect Wolfgang's dorm, so I might as well. If that's the case, I'll go to the dining hall and ask Jet and Mark for their testimonies. You're not coming along? Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. You three can handle her. Something tells me she's just afraid of her talent being mocked. Yeah, fair enough. No sweat. Have fun with Jet and Mark.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Ava left in the direction of the laundromat, clearly taking the long route to the dining hall. Should we approach Grace then? Yeah, let's not waste any time. Right, okay. Do you want to take the lead, Damon? Oh, sure. I wasn't going to admit it to either of their faces, but their plan seemed pretty half-baked. Not because I was going to face off with Grace, but because she was too. How could a bumbling person like her... Okay, bro, there's no reason to be hating on Eloise, like, at all. She has done nothing to us, and you're just hating for no reason. That's crazy. How could a bumbling person like her be of any help in a verbal showdown? If anything, she'll probably make us look uncoordinated. Guess I'll have to do most of the heavy lifting here. Since Grace was guarding Wolfgang's dorm, she should be right around the corner. Alright, let's go. Where's Damon, Cassidy, Hannah, Jet? No. 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 Oh, I thought she was going to be, like, inside the dorm. My bad. I'm an idiot. Don't you two yuppies get it? You're not coming in. Hang on, we're not here for that. Damon just wants to ask you a question. He isn't coming in either. Why not? I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Back off, Soybean. His room is none of your business. Except it is. I have to search his last known whereabouts, which includes his dorm room by default. What if I said I've done the job for you? As in you've searched the room? High and low. Want to know what I found? Nothing. For us to believe that, we need to see it ourselves. You think I'm lying? There's a chance you could be, unfortunately. Think about it. You haven't given us any reason to believe you. All you've done is verbally abuse every single one of us. So, really, I don't like you. Alright, I don't trust you. So, how about that for you? Someone who's got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting so protective right now, you know? It gives the impression there's something you really don't want us to see. Also, couldn't this be considered breaking the rules? Tozu wants this game to be fair, but being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair. Even if it isn't, what are you gonna do? I'll report it to Tozu. Huh?
You.
Nice idea. What do you say we look for him now? If Tozu agrees this is sabotage, he might call Mara to help. Oi, it's not sabotage. I'm not hiding anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved. Desmond never mentioned Wolfgang's murder.
Anyway.
Look, just let us into the room. If you're telling the truth, we'll drop our suspicions.
Gotta stay one step ahead.
The reality of the situation is, we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy if we want to know what happened to him. He would want to investigate our dorms if it were anyone else who died. Grace stood there silently gritting her teeth. Then she stepped away from the door. Thank God, dude.
Okay.
Phew. Sweet. Thanks, Grace. With sighs of relief, we entered Wolfgang's dorm. Were they getting were they getting freaky? I bet they were. I bet that's what happened. Alright, let's go. This is his dorm? What the fuck? Why is it, like, better than everyone else's? So this was Wolfgang's dorm. While some of my expectations were correct, a lot about the room was still surprised me. I anticipated the layout resembling my dorms and the decor reflecting his talent. What I didn't anticipate was how messy it was. Well, maybe not messy, just really casual. A room that had clearly been well lived in. They were getting freaky in there. That's what I'm saying. Don't move things around when you inspect them. I want to keep the room as is. To be honest, I'm not sure why I was even surprised. He's got a little teddy bear. Alright, let's see the calendar. Wolfgang also had a pin-up calendar in his room. This isn't what I should be focusing on during a murder investigation. Well, I don't know what else to be focusing on. The sofa, I guess. An intricately patterned couch side by side with 2 red sofa chairs. Even the throw pillows seem to be arranged in just the right way. Alright. Teddy bear. Did you gift him that, Grace? A large toy bear adorned the bed. Something tells me this didn't belong in the room originally. Maybe you just won it from Pachinko. Or whatever. See the books. Huge wooden bookshelves filled to the brim with a catalog of books towered over the room. Skimming the titles, most seemed to be about the intricacies of the legal system, although some were about old court cases rehashed with new evidence. Did Wolfgang really read any of these, or were they all just for show? I don't know. Are they, like, actually real? Or, let me see. No, close. Here we go. Or were they just, like, decoration, like how we have decoration books in our dorm? Clothes were scattered across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. They were getting freaky! I fucking knew it, dude. Oh my god. No wonder Wolfgang liked Grace so much, dude. They were laying ham. That's what... you know what, Wolfgang? I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Nothing about them looked suspicious. What are you so protective about, Grace? I think I've already figured this one out, but what are you so protective about? We're not in here for that, my ass.
Hi.
Hey. Normally she'd be meeting my eyes.
Quit it.
I know you suspect me. I can tell by the look on your face. But I don't know anything about his death. To be in the dark like everyone else about a person she was so close to. Damn it. Get a grip on yourself, Damon. Grace can claim to know nothing about the murder, but what about everything before it?
Anyway.
So I heard a rumor you became Wolfgang's new bunk buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How was he this morning? Grumpy? Happy? Sick.
Eh?
Hey, Wei were planning to go to the game tournament, but he woke up with an ache in his stomach. He woke up sick? If you're telling me the truth, and Wolfgang planned to attend the tournament,
That's not it.
why did he say the opposite yesterday? Yeah, why didn't he? It's a good question. Admittedly, I am also a little hesitant about attending. I'm not sure if I will have the time for it. From what I remember, Wolfgang said he'd be too busy to attend the tournament. More like he wanted another round at the pachinko machine. Oh, he's a gambler at heart. I like this guy. I'm starting to like this guy, actually. Maybe he's not that bad. I would know. I interrogated him after breakfast. What? That's seriously what he meant?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, huh? Which was why I told him, hey, now let's do the tournament. He was a bit finicky at first, typical for a soybean, but he eventually caved. Wolfgang was a pachinko player? I'm not sure I can believe that. Then again, some of the paraphernalia in his room looked neither golf nor law related.
Okay.
Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday. However, come this morning, Wolfgang remembered the pirate was attending, so he suggested I track down that guy and partner with him instead. Right, because he needed to bring a partner to the tournament. Wolfgang, he knew I was miffed about it. His smile said as much, but I walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
Wolfgang said he was too sick to get out of bed, so I walked away. If Wolfgang really had been bedridden, how did he wind up in the boiler room? he was lying. Go figure, dude. I can figure this one out, and I'm not even a lawyer or a detective. Come on. Either he didn't come of his own volition, or he was never sick to begin with. Ah, there we go. You're starting to figure this one out, Damon. By the look on her face, I could tell Grace realized the same. With all that said, it wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy who's so gung-ho about honesty, you'd think he would confide in the person he's closest to. Did the letter I find inside his blazer pocket have something to do with it? Yes. What do you think? I'm not reading this again. Alright. Look, I'm not a dumbass, but come on, dude. While only a few words were legible, a lot could be gleaned from them. For example, that mention of a secret. Did the rest of the note elaborate on it, or was the word alone enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from information even he couldn't handle. Or maybe he simply didn't want her to know. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang Akire deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? Alright, well, good to know. Good to know. Alright. Eloise, what do you got for us? You find anything? Eloise was kneeling on the floor, sorting through Wolfgang's bedside ottoman with a serious look on her face. Hey, can we talk for a sec? Okay. She closed the ottoman and stood up, now wearing the same nervous expression she always did. Is there something wrong? I want to know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. When the murder happened, I was with Desmond in the courtyard. The courtyard? Yes. You can ask Desmond to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine. Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right? No, I don't think there was ever a blackout. We were only alerted to the murder because of Tozu's announcement. So my theory was right. Okay. That is interesting. Alright. If Winona never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and Eloise never experienced a blackout in the courtyard, both those buildings must be connected to an entirely different power source. That is actually going to be really helpful information. I'm super smart. I can figure that one out, guys. Hell yeah. Alright. What's up, Damon? Hey, can you check something out for me? In here or in the boiler room? I found a taser gun in there.
You for real?
I can't tell if it's been fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure, because if I'm wrong and this taser gun was used, it might clue us into the nature of Wolfgang's death. What we're talking about is that big a deal, huh? Yeah, since you're skilled at using guns, I figured. No sweat. I'll see to it once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon. Well, that's all I could find. Why was Grace so antsy about people entering? There didn't seem to be anything suspicious lying around here. In any case, since I'm done here, I should head to the dining hall. I'm pretty sure that's where Ava said she was going. Alright. Yes, sir. Let's get a move on. Oh, awesome. You brought me here by yourself. Thank you, Gam. I appreciate it. Oh. As soon as I entered the room, Ava walked over to me. Hello, I've just finished talking to everyone here. Anything important? Nothing important. I don't think Jet and Mark are taking this seriously. This might end like the mock trial, where only a couple people know what they're doing. Does she really think so? I mean, it was like that in the Danganronpa games, but yeah. While that information definitely didn't bode well for me, I couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Not unless I want to die in this game. I'll see if I can make those two talk. Good luck. Alright, thanks for the luck. Kai, my boy. My boy. What's going on? Ah, shit. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout himself? Is the maintenance of this place seriously our responsibility? The fridge and plenty are restocked every day, though. Ugh, can't things just be consistent? Whining aside, he made a good point. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout? Because the killer did that. Alright? Obviously. Thinking back on his spiel from earlier. The tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the Spotless have equal chance of success. Did Tozu abstain from fixing the blackout because it was important to the killer? Yes. Come on now. Who are we, Desmond? Or Damon, my bad. Who are we, Damon? Dumbasses? I am, but come on. You aren't. You're an ultimate. They could easily make their escape if no one could see anything.
Hey.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here, I've been thinking really hard about those footsteps we heard
Come again.
when we were in the storage closet.
Seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing socks.
See.
Now that you mention it, it did sound like socks on a hard floor. Or, of all things to be right about, it has to be this. What do you mean?
Man.
I mean, why didn't the killer just wear shoes? Think about it. The sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? Or what about sneakers? They get really squeaky on a smooth floor. And what I'm saying is you could totally figure out this shoe from the sound it makes. True. And if you know which shoes the killer had on, you can just look for the person with a matching pair. But socks. Anyone can be wearing socks. The person probably removed their shoes for that reason. Yeah, smart. Smart of them to do that, though.
This sucks.
Ugh, just our luck. Alright. Well, it's alright, man. We'll figure it out. You and me together, Kai. You and me against the world, my guy. Mark had returned to his position by the equipment. Hey, Desmond and Eloise told me you plan to investigate Wolfgang's dorm. Grace isn't guarding it anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate?
It's nothing.
I just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. This investigation could spell the difference between life and death, yet his priority was his stupid music equipment? Hey, music equipment is very expensive, so I don't blame him. Don't you think it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
I heard people are already giving Grace the side-eye for being uncooperative. What might they say if they find out you've ditched the investigation? Yo, hold on! Jet called out to us from the other side of the room and ran over. Can't you see Broski isn't feeling well? Give the guy some space.
Not important.
I don't care. I'm working on a time limit. Who are you to talk anyway? Yeah? Judging by the look on Broski's face whenever you guys are together,
Simple.
out of everyone here, I think you know the least about personal space. What? No way! Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think we'd be hanging out so much? Yeah, because you don't really care about what other people think, right? Come on, Broski, back me up here. Time. Uh-huh. What time did the murder happen?
That's
9:35 a.m.? Check this. He pointed to a small digital clock at the top of the music pad.
that's
Huh? This is the time of the murder? It was like this when I came back here. I think the clock got screwed over by the blackout. That's what I said. We had to look for a clock. I'm so smart. What would you guys do without me? Literally. So now it's frozen on whatever it was displaying before it lost power. Then that confirms my... Oh my god. Then that confirms my suspicions. The blackout and by association the destruction of the generator occurred at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Good to know. Good to know. Nice going, bro. You hit the jackpot. Bet it's 'cause I was here with ya, huh? Sheesh. This was getting hard to watch. Alright, what do you got for me, Jet? Alright. And then, let's skedaddle, because I don't think anything is going to help us here. Is it me, or is there something funky about this place? What? I don't know, man. Everything feels kind of off. I can't place why, though, and it's bugging the crap out of me. Sounded like he just felt uncomfortable being here. I guess I can't blame him. With the turn things have taken, the tension and excitement of the tournament was all but a distant memory. And this room was now a reminder Wolfgang died right under our noses. I guess, yeah. Well, that was super helpful. Alright, what else can I look at? I don't want to look at anything else, really. Can I talk to Ava? This might end like the mock trial we're only... Okay. Can I be done now? Nope. Alright. Is it the kitchen? Like how Kai was talking about? May as well skim through the kitchen just in case. Looking inside the cabinets, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Except, huh? This knife block had a knife missing from it. The knife we found inside of the boiler room. Duh. for a kitchen knife to go missing. At the same time, knife is found floating in the boiler room's water. That can't be a coincidence. You don't say. You don't say. Alright, is that it? Nope. Can I look at the whiteboard? Is that something I gotta look at? All the time doodling this, she must be upset. We didn't. Okay. The first time people have get together, they're interrupted by a murder. Thinking back on it, the game tournament and the murder happened really close to each other. The former began at 9 a.m., while the later occurred at 9:35 a.m. That's within the same hour. Taking another look at this whiteboard, yeah, I can see why the killer chose to attack so soon. 8 potential witnesses, all situated in one place, 2 preoccupied with video games. To notice the world around them. There couldn't be a more perfect time to strike. Oh, are we done? Okay. Oh my, would you look at the time? I dare say we ought to get this trial started soon. How does 20 minutes from now sound? Great, great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. Alright, we're not done? God damn it. What? It's only 20 minutes until the trial?
Hang on.
Damon. Jeez, how does she keep scaring me? The investigation's almost over. We need to find the other 3 and hear their testimonies. The other 3?
As I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana. Alright, calm down. Desmond said they were in the courtyard, right?
I'm talking.
And Diana's in the laundry room. Then let's talk to Diana first, since the laundry room is in this same building. I got no clue who it could be. I have no clue either. I feel it wouldn't make sense logically for any of the people in the game tournament to be the killer. So I don't know. In the meantime, don't panic, okay?
You see?
I'm not panicking. As she said that, she motioned for me to follow her over to the door. I hope it's not Diana, because I actually like her. Eva might deny it, but the anxiety which had been bubbling up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Although, with how fast my own heart was beating, I guess she's not alone. I really don't think it would be Grace. I think they're making it seem too obvious it would be Grace. I don't know. Because out of all the truth bullets that I'm getting, I don't know who it could be. No, Jean was there. I don't know. It better not be Desmond either. Alright, if Desmond's telling the truth, then Diana should be in here. There was no point for that dialogue. I'm sorry, but come on. Alright, what's up, Diana? We're able to investigate Wolfgang's dorm. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Diana was standing with her back pressed up against the wall, arms wrapped around herself in a tight embrace. She's in even worse shape than before. Diana, I need to ask you a question. Please give me a moment. It's been kind of tough.
No.
This investigation is going to end really soon. We can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you during the blackout? Oh, the blackout right before the body was discovered? I was just in my room, alone, doing my makeup. You don't have any makeup on, though. I was experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it all off already. So you were alone in your room the entire morning? Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it. Sorry, I'm feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? I've asked all the questions I wanted to. Oh, no. I feel like that's still too obvious. It can't be her. Thanks.
So,
Do you think she was acting weird at all? No weirder than the others. Anyway, since Diana gave a testimony, I can cross her off my list now. No, I can't. Dude, I can't be Diana. She's like the only, like, nice one that is actually, like, I feel like is a nice person. Which means the only people I still need to speak to.
where?
I hope Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. We won't know until we see for ourselves. Alright, let's go before this investigation ends. Yeah, dude, Diana's like the only like nice, genuinely nice person, I feel like. I don't know. Alright, the courtyard is over here, right? Yeah, alright. Back to having to do an accent. I can't wait for this. Alright, let's skedaddle. Toshiko and Ingrid had retreated under the bandstand at the center of the courtyard. The larger girl was comforting the smaller girl, who'd completely hidden her face behind her fan.
Hello?
Hey, have either of you been investigating? Investigating? Toshiko lowered her fan to reveal a pair of puffy eyes. I don't know. What are you expecting me to do?
Seriously?
To look for clues? Clues? How am I meant to do that? It's not like I've had to solve a murder before, you know? My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. I can see why. Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? It could be a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real-life testimonies talk about anyway. A person acting odd? Maybe not at the time, but looking back, it definitely seems a little bit strange. Do you want to tell them, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning I saw Wolfgang. Huh? When did you see him? In the dorm hallway on my way back from the pharmacy. The dorm hallway? Just as I was about to enter my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang. What a coincidence running into each other like this. Are you already on your way to the tournament, Miss Kayura? It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself knows better than to attend some silly party. Right, my apologies. What about you? Are you going to the tournament? That's correct. I'm going to the tournament. Ooh. Alright, so we've caught him in 2 lies so far. Alright. I'm just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there. Interesting. Okay. Wolfgang said he was going to attend the tournament. Yesterday he told everyone he was too busy to attend. I assumed he'd changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of their conversation from inside my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute. Toshiko and I are bunk buddies, by the way. Thought I'd mention that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyways, when I heard what Wolfie said, my first thought was leftover clothes. I don't remember any leftover clothes. But I figured I must have been misremembering that, what with my aching head and all. Aching head? I was suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from my bed. That's why I had gone to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I'll admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with the job. Do you know what time the interaction with Wolfgang happened? 10 past 8, I think. The conversation happened just a little after the morning announcements. That I can tell you with confidence. Yes, 10 past would make sense. When the announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. Then she was already inside the pharmacy by 8 a.m. So, Wolfgang, he looked totally fine when you saw him?
Sure.
Yes, nothing seemed awry. Doesn't that call into question what Grace told me earlier? Either Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling in sick, or she was telling the truth, and Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. I want to think Wolfgang is definitely a liar. I don't know. I can probably deduce an answer if I know what time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm. If she left before 8:10 a.m., then she would have already been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang made his move. Hence why she only remembers him in bed. However, if she left after 8:10 a.m., then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko, which means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in his dorm. Funny how she never gave me a time. Okay. What else happened after Toshiko saw Wolfgang? That blackout sure gave us a spook. Toshiko and I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on, though we did watch you and your buddies pass by. You saw that? Heard it first, then we took a peek. I would have said something, but I still wasn't feeling my usual self, so we watched you up until you went down the stairs. That must have been how you found the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's right. Such a terrible sight. So only one person doesn't have an alibi? God damn it. God damn it, dude. I can't believe someone here may actually be behind it. Let's just hope we can solve it. Alright. That's... Alright, everyone. That's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed over to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Get it? Because your trinkets can zap you. Anyway, just gotta move on. It's time. God. It can't be Diana. That'd be way too obvious, bro. Come on.
Fingers crossed.
You two, go on ahead. Toshiko and I'll catch up.
Listen to me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Right. Jesus. Alright. Alright. I mean, Ava and I made the short trek to the room with the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. This is the first time we've been first anywhere in the game. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling? Words wouldn't do it justice. I'm feeling pretty bad. I can't tell you how I feel when I don't even know what I feel. I'd rather we save the talking for the trial. The trial. In just a few moments' time, we were going to be down there. I don't think it's her, but there really hasn't anything pointing to anything else. I know, there hasn't been anything else, yeah. But also, like, even with Ava, they really want us to think it's Diana. And I really don't think it's her, dude. Because, like, Ava's... The only person Ava said was acting weird was Diana. She's the only person that didn't have a solid alibi. Like, they're making it seem so obvious it's her. And that's... I just don't think it's her. In just a few moments' time, we were going to be down there. It might be coping, though. I don't know. Down there in the trial room, fighting for survival, using only our words. Damn it, Damon. Get a grip already. Before the door in the tree opens, I need to ask Desmond if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. His voice was steady, but his eyes kept darting around the room. Did you check the taser?
Right.
Right, I did. Any findings? Just one. The gun's blast doors were missing. What does that even mean?
Huh?
Blast what? Guess we're gonna have to figure this one out in the trial.
Eh?
All of a sudden, the ground. Oh no, not again. Hold on to something, everyone. Alright, well, the Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. The Tree of Ignorance emulates the wonder of nature, but does not achieve it. Injustly so, for ignorance often aspires to be seen as wisdom. Damn it. So, are you going to explain to us what's going on? Well, guess we gotta cut this conversation short. I'll explain everything during the trial. Let's not keep this goat guy waiting. Oh man, this is really happening? We're so screwed. We're totally gonna die. I'm guessing that means the taser was fired. That's what I'm thinking too, yeah. But what does that mean, though? You know, does that mean the taser destroyed the boiler? Probably? I don't know.
It is how it is.
If you go in expecting to fail, chances are you will. I'm gonna think of failure even more because you said that.
Your horses.
Look at it this way. Who here are the cards more stacked against? 14 people working together to solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else astray?
Are we ready?
If anyone's in for a struggle, it ain't the group of 14. You know what, John? You make a good point.
Do you think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly. Luck will be on our side.
No, it's not.
If luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game to start with. Can't argue with you there. Can I say something first before we go? Oh, what is it? It's a message for the killer. What?
What did you say?
A message for the killer? The person here who killed Wolfgang, whoever you are, can you please step forward? Yeah, that's gonna work. Come on now. It'd be so fucking for real, bro. Huh?
I want to help.
We don't have to do this. This class trial. If you can just find it in yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already, then please. Despite Diana's pleas, no one came forward. How would that even work? If you were just like, yep, that was me. Can we even like hold a trial? Probably. I mean, I guess we can. And then we just vote for that person, but that'd be boring.
Come on.
If someone's determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of one person's pleas. Since we're on the subject, I also got a message for the killer. Don't forget that the punishment fits the crime, asshole. Enjoy the fucking death penalty. Grace spat out those words and disappeared into the opening of the tree.
Go now.
Co-signed. Yo, broski, wait up! One by one, people began to follow suit. Yeah, what's this say? Is she stupid or something? I guess so, yeah. I mean, she's gotta be. If she thinks that'll work. Alright, blah blah blah. Let's go. We knew where the stairs would take us and where the elevator afterwards would deliver us. But everything beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty. There was no mock trial awaiting us, no faux murder designed to waste our time with a stupid mystery. This was undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the tree. Alright, and descended into the darkness. Alright. Well, one person missing. It was the same elevator, the same slow churning of metal and echoing sounds of clunky machinery. And yet, something was different. Someone was gone, someone who I never held in high regard, but who was still a person nonetheless. A person with feelings, a person with aspirations, a person with a family. A person who I will never hear speak again. Or you'll never see again, period. Not a single word. Yeah, true. Man, I miss him talking shit about us. Am I ready for this? Was what I did during the investigation the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? I won't know until I do it. Until I face this trial head on. There's no way I can place my faith in the other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. And our survival depends on me. Alright, buddy. I think your ego needs checked. The elevator began to slow, snapping me back to reality. I adjusted my tie and stood up tall, and when movement stopped completely, the doors in front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance. I think I've caught a case of deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
Excuse me. It feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of a crime scene. My, how... I don't know what that word is. And chipper so many of you used to be. After all, that back and forth over a simple who done it mystery. I'm truly curious what today's trial will yield. I think it means it's supposed to say who done it, but whatever. Just to remind myself, our names are on the podiums, right? Eager to start, are we? Yes, to find your podium, just look for where your name is written. Come on now, hop to it. I'm so excited I can barely wait a second longer. I really don't want to do this.
Oh, Christ.
You're not going to be much help, Kai. I love you, man, but come on. We gotta do as he says, though. Otherwise, that unfortunate lady might get mad. Knowing we were powerless to disobey Tozu, we began to disperse and locate our podiums.
Hey,
It's okay, everyone. If we work together, we can do this.
can't give up.
Right, guys? If we work together, we can solve this case. So come on, let's do this for Wolfgang. Although her words elicited nods from the other students, the expressions on their faces told a different story. It was an expression I couldn't help but feel conflicted over, in a moment where I should have been focusing on my feelings. An expression of unmistakable fear. Yeah. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial. Angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth. How they twisted my words and assumed my intentions. I'm angry, but that didn't mean I wanted to be right. I would have been happy for reality to prove me wrong, for no one to buckle under the pressure of the killing game. But good endings like that only exist in stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted, and the events of today proved we were at its mercy. Oh, and Iz is grayed out because he's dead. Alright. So I stood there at my podium, conflicted. To think this tragedy could have been avoided had people just listened to me. But who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to trust each other? If Wolfgang hadn't been so naive, if he just told people to protect themselves rather than each other, then maybe he would still be here. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the others may have failed at preventing Wolfgang's murder, I, at the very least, can solve it. I'll uncover this killer, let them face the consequences of their actions. I'll solve this case and survive. It's all we can do, brother. It's all we can do. Would you like to save your game? Absolutely. Yes. Alright, let's do this. Let's save it again, just in case. Alright. Already... Truth bullets. Okay, by the giant tree. Same with Eloise. Car ride. Okay. Boiler. Okay. Doorknob had been flipped. Burn marks. Okay, the blackout. With the clock and everything. Extension cord. Okay, it was burnt. The footsteps were of socks. Okay, just making sure I got everything. Again at 9 a.m. Attended by 8 people. Where they were melted. She may or may not have been lying about Wolfgang being sick or whatever at 8:10 or whatever. That's blood on the thing. There was some combustion thingy. Whatever this thing is. Rolling pin that is dented. The storage closets. Suspicious note. Taser gun that was fired probably. A bobby pin. Whatever she was saying about Wolfgang not going to the laundry room or something. I don't know. And then this thing happened at 9:35 a.m. And then his neck has been discolored. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to refresh my memory here before this trial. I'm absolutely going to be terrible at. But it's alright.
Let's get this started, shall we?
I'm just glad this is voice acted. God damn, my throat is shot.
Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles.
That was the name of the chapter 0.
A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened.
Whoever this voice actor is, did an amazing job with Tozu.
If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, while the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Thank you. Thank you, Tozu.
Can someone please break this silence?
You just did.
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice, but putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium,
You see his picture, at least.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
I'm gonna get zapped again if you keep talking like that.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it.
How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer.
Oh, you're saying that she did it.
If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
Damn, Eloise. Okay, I see you.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
That's very true.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
It's definitely not her. Come on now. She was with us at the tournament, so I don't think it's her, but, you know.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, because she went to the game tournament.
Not only that, she had her pair partner. I think wasn't it Ava or whatever?
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder. Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
Yep.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Why would we be lying, bro? 7 people? Come on now. Lying about Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
Yeah, come on, man.
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation? You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
Well, that's because we went to the storage rooms. What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall.
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
That's true.
When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs. I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
We literally talked about this, Eloise. Come on now.
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Why is it that some people can recall a blackout, but not others? Thinking back on the testimonies I've collected, I can probably make an educated guess. Okay, good. Not a non-stop debate yet. I'm happy. Affected one building. Affected no buildings. 2 buildings. 1 building. That's what happened. We're so smart, guys. It's gonna only go downhill from here.
The blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
Yeah.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C, and Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yep, that is correct.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
I'm sorry, she'll beat your ass though after the trial's over, unless you committed it, the murder, obviously.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Lawyer Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilled the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
She's 14, bro. Calm down. She's not like 8 or something.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang.
Yes.
Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yes.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Okay, what were those reasons?
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me, so when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Fair enough.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
What's gross about that?
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or... Oh, maybe had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but...
Why haven't we had a non-stop debate yet? I've only had to answer like one question.
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Yes, she did.
Aye, that she did. Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game?
No, you would not.
No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Alright, why?
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about.
Why is that wrong?
What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Because he was lying, obviously.
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
Yeah. I mean, she does have a testimony. Or an alibi, I mean. Sorry. But, I mean, this is very important to know, though.
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
Yeah, we still need to know this.
Anything else. Leave me alone.
Is there more to the story than Grace is telling us? Too many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. I need to solve this mystery and set things straight. Alright, let's do this. Game tournament timeline, Toshiko's fetch quest.
Why don't you tell everyone
God.
the truth, Grace?
Blood spots. Toji tablet 2.
Nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
There's a major discrepancy in Grace's testimony, but is she necessarily at fault for that?
Why don't
It was, it was Toshiko's testimony. No, not this.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by...
No. Oh, it's the carried by the killer one. Okay. Is that one. I got it. Or I hope it is. Alright. Who's in our dorm room? No.
was carried by...
Yeah, there we go. Alright. 2 for 2 right now. We're doing good. We're doing good.
It's sure Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person you should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
Yeah, because he lied.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Alright, that's what we needed to know.
Yes, I remember now. Ingrid. She developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face with
Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
Yep, that's what we're saying.
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Yes.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
Why did Wolfgang go to the boiler room? That I can also answer. It's with the note. The note. There it is. Yes, this one.
This is it.
I'm so smart, guys. Come on.
During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink. But some parts are still legible.
Secret, 8:15 a.m. Boiler room. Close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Yeah, it does, Desmond. Good job.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Yep.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky, dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note. Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
W evidence? Literally, bro. I'm just so good at this game.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
Was to remove her from the picture. Yeah. Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
I don't know, man.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
Well, both me and Ava have alibis, so it's definitely neither of us.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have, and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else.
Yep.
Which makes me wonder, Could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
The person he got killed him. That Jet, that's all you gotta know. The person he got killed him. That's what Ulysses is trying to say.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Which is us.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo, person who Wolfgang had blackmail on. If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Him. Hey, person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail. If you're innocent, say something already.
Well, we're innocent, obviously, so we can out ourselves. If I'm innocent, I should say something. Would telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? I don't know. Although everyone may follow my direction until the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side. Exactly. We have an alibi the entire time. It's obviously... No one's gonna say it's us. Come on now. When it comes to me, of all people, owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be... It's not like... Oh my god. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend on whether or not I
was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Huh?
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Okay.
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person.
Interesting.
He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it. If you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude.
All good, bro. I like you. Plus, you have an alibi, so I don't suspect you.
My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth. Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To recognize, to acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
Look, why are we glazing him now? Come on. Can we just, like, get on with the trial? If I revealed my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Would they be just as forgiving?
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit.
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure. But unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people. Especially now that he's gone.
Nice.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
That's a good deflection. I like that, Damon.
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah, It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases? Or...
Obviously, the case.
God damn.
The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
Okay. That's true. That is what Tozu said.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to. But I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
No. We can't agree on that. Stabbed to death?
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
The killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room. No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong. Well, he didn't have any, like a stab mark, like any wounds like that. I saw Wolfgang's hands, storage closets.
Is this really how
Probably
you guys
this
think Wolfgang died?
one, I think.
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
No, that's not what happened. Whatever story they're trying to spin here, it's definitely not the truth. I can conclude as much from the crime scene. Yeah, alright. It's definitely what he said. What Jet said. Alright, blah blah blah. Come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Probably. Wolfgang stabbed him.
Snap that. Did I miss? There we go. 3 for 3. We're doing good. We're doing really good here. I'm excited. I'm happy. I'm really happy.
Jet, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds.
Exactly.
In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously, we went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Exactly, dude. Come on, Jet.
Hey, man, it's not like I didn't try. It's just, this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
I mean, fair, but still, come on, dude.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting.
Thanks, John.
Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise, and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total.
That tiny red dot, he got tased right there. That's what happened. That's what that's for.
Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Calling it right now.
Burns, you say?
Sugar high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Cassidy. Be so fucking for real, dude.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron, or a Flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
The 2 marks on his neck could have been the taser. I think the red dot is the taser. I don't think the bruise is the taser's fault.
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said. The burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
I don't know what that means.
Chiaro... Huh?
Ooh, now this I know.
Oh, nice.
Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims.
I told you guys. I told you that fun fact. My nerd came out. I was telling you guys the truth.
Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking. Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from.
What, the South? Alright, buddy. Don't give me the nerd emoji.
My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
Yep.
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Yeah.
May not have been struck before the killing game?
No, it only lasts for a couple hours at most, I think.
Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps the deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
I know it's temporary, so that can't be the case.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
No. Definitely not.
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
That's hard to do, but alright.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
I mean, I guess the taser. But I don't think they make tasers strong as a lightning strike. Something equivalent in damage to a lightning strike. The idea sounded ridiculous. But when I think back on the boiler room and what was inside it, right, if I take that object into consideration, Ulysses's theory starts to hold some weight. Or I guess maybe not the taser, I guess the boiler.
This is it.
Alright, well, I guess,
Ulysses, since you wrote everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
I'm sure he does.
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief.
Yeah, I guess if it's charred, that could create a lot. I guess that kind of makes sense now.
What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
Yes, he did.
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor.
Dining hall people, you were in this building before. Tell us what's going on. Yeah, why didn't you mention this other girl? The hell? I never even saw her. Huh? You were there too, bargain bin? Don't even. There's a floor below us. That's where I woke up.
To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside.
Yes, me and Ava both did.
I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agreed the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
It was, yeah. I'm also, like, giving my 2 cents, even though they can't hear me.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Oh? Okay. We don't know what's going on.
First, destroyed is overly vague.
It was destroyed. The boiler was destroyed. The generator. Or whatever the fuck it's called.
Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
Alright.
That?
Doesn't make any sense. What? Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. Well, you are kind of an idiot, so how about that, pussy? If I let this continue, the others might start to doubt me. I need to stop her before she veers the trial off track. Ha! You thought you were the only one with an interjection animation? Think again. Alright, what am I doing here? Fast forward, cycles, truth blades. Slow down. Alright. Cycle truth blades. Fire truth blades. Sometimes a student will dislike your argument so much that they will initiate a one-on-one debate with you. We call this rebuttal showdown. During rebuttal showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks at you, and it's your job to counter them. Use the WASD keys to slice through your opponent's arguments. Naturally, you will slash in the direction of the button pressed. To slice diagonally, simply press 2 keys at the same time. Be sure to pay close attention to the shape, size, and position of your opponent's remarks, as these will cue you into what direction you should slice. Every time you strike white text, the green side of the screen will shift left to represent your argument succeeding. Okay. Likewise, every time you miss white text, the orange side of the screen will shift right to show your opponent is winning. If you cut through enough remarks, you will advance to the next stage. If you haven't, you'll retreat. If you're somewhere in the middle, you and your opponent will wrestle for control in a short round of cross swords. In order to gain the upper hand, you must rapidly left click. Now to the meat of the duel, truth blades. Similar to non-stop debates, any suspected contradictions will be highlighted in gold. Hold down right click to slice them apart with a truth blade. We highlighted in gold. Hold down right click to slice them apart with a truth blade. Okay. Of course, don't start slicing the second you see gold. Assess the validity of the remark and check you have the correct truth blade equipped. Now let's not keep Winona waiting any longer to battle. Alright. I'm definitely gonna have to figure this out as I go, but alright. Blackout, DJ footsteps, Tozu, okay.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days.
Alright.
In which the generator might have been destroyed.
No, it's the DJ. It's the DJ thing. The DJ thing. You're bad at clicking, Winona. It's the DJ thing.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout. if it was already broken prior to the tournament.
What about the blackout? The building
Hello?
may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the murder. You only
Fuck.
assume it happened during. Not the smartest argument from a supposed ultimate debater.
Dude, oh my god. I'm trying to figure this one. No, the blackout is definitely connected to Wolfgang's death. There's a certain piece of evidence which proves the two events are correlated.
What about the blackout?
Okay.
The building may very well have
Okay.
lost its power at any point before or after.
There we go. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Alright. I didn't mess up there, so I'm still going to say I'm still 100% accurate.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament. Mark's DJ pad.
Yes.
While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad.
Correct.
If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified.
Yep.
Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, you can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened then.
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
What?
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder.
Yeah, because it can't, it's not it can't be electrified, right? So, oh, and the light bulb, it didn't turn on, right? Whenever she threw it in the water.
Because it isn't even conductive.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what that word was.
It's not? After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area. So, I tested the water.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ava press the pile of boxes and fish out a light bulb, then without hesitation, threw it in, and it didn't turn on. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources.
I didn't know this, but it's good to know.
The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. It doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water.
What about the extension cord we found?
If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students.
True.
A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
I guess that is what that would mean, but obviously it's a student who did this.
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Fair enough. The taser then? Yeah, it's either the taser. It's the taser and The extension cord. They caused Wolfgang's electrocution. Is the generator really unrelated to the case? Well, no, obviously not. But the timing of the blackout, it's too perfect. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
The taser.
Yeah, it mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
Very good, Cassidy. Very good.
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless.
True. Yeah.
For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser.
So
If the shot is fired, they pop clean off.
Blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of the taser. It's wireless? Oh, okay. I thought he meant like those like hand ones where you have to get close to someone to tase them, you know? They don't, not like fucking ranged taser gun. Okay.
When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe in the pharmacy?
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
Who here has a dangerous talent?
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Oh, yeah, I guess. He's the ultimate marksman.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
He would also lie to us if he was the killer, right? So.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
His attempt to feign innocence won't fool me, not when I know the truth. What are we doing? What proves Desmond is lying? His talent? I guess his talent. No? Okay.
Like I said.
Alright, we fucked up. His charisma's black. Probably use blackmail then.
I got it.
Yeah. Alright.
The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
Well, I messed up. I did pretty good though, at not messing up. For a little while at least.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
With his weapons at hand, Desmond guards the only one he trusts. Oh yeah, I forgot Ava had it.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep. No idea.
Alright, buddy, come on.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
I don't want Desmond to be the killer either. I actually like him.
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a tech controller.
I guess so. Sucks to suck, I guess.
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles.
Some do. Some do.
Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Yeah.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
All right. Let's see if we can help him. Fetch quest, here's his testimony, blackout, taser gun.
Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
Okay, well, yes, that's true, she was. Is Desmond innocent? When I compare the evidence to everyone's statements. So we gotta go all the way over there. Get this, whatever it's called, from Eloise. How do I get it again? Right? How do I get it? What? Hang on. That's not what I want. I want to get the F3. Menu, speed up, fire bullet. No, I want change. No, I want what? How do I get the thing? I want that. I want that thing from her. I forget what the control is for that. Okay. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. Yep. Blah, blah, blah. We get it. We get it. We get it. Blah, blah, blah.
I was with Desmond.
Can I find... What? Is it E? I think it's E. Okay. I found the right button I needed. Sorry. Alright. I'm running out of time. I need to figure this out. After this one. Came from his room. Barely in my dorm. I think it's the reverse psychology. Hello? What? Am I like actually stupid? Should truth bullets menu? No. Focus, speed up, hold cycle bullet. Change bullet. Is it Q? No, it's not. What? I'm so confused. Oops, I'm not fucking even hitting the right button. I'm so confused, dude. I actually cannot figure out. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Game over. Alright, great. Continue. What is the button to grab that? I'm pissed off right now. It's not that.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from
It's yeah, I swear to God it's E.
I call it reverse psychology.
What am I doing wrong?
Sprinkle in a little helpfulness.
That's what I want. F2, F3. Change bullet. No. Fire bullet. Show truth bullet menu. Focus. Speed up. Hold. Cycle bullet. Yeah.
When the murder happened,
Well, in Danganronpa, you just held left click.
Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was
Blackout.
barely in my dorm to begin with.
Taser gun. Yeah, there's... I have to pick this up. I don't know what the control is. And they don't have it. In non-stop debate. You'd think an important mechanic to the game like this, they would have in the controls. No, they don't. Oh my god.
Why did Desmond say that? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
Oops. She was with Desmond. Oh my god. I need it. I need it. I need it. God damn.
I had no idea. I was barely in my dorm to
Okay, taser gun. Okay, F1. So, blackout. Time of the murder. Okay. Maybe taser gun found out at the scene of the crime. So, what are we looking at? Taser gun. Blackout. I actually don't think I'm able to suck it up. It's not this. It might be the blackout? Maybe I'm actually like just stupid. Okay, I am. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm fucking stupid. I'm actually fucking stupid. I'm so sorry.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun, he definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
That is so embarrassing. Oh my god.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
Alright, well, that settles it.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him?
True. Very true.
Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right. And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Eloise will kill someone, probably.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
Let it go, Grace.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS.
Good one, Cassidy. You're not any better.
Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
That is what he said.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Yeah?
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again. But I just said it.
Just say it again.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Rifle. That's an interesting word choice there, huh?
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
Why?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed.
Yeah? Yeah, I don't know what Ava's talking about.
Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we, talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
The bruise? Yeah, I guess. And the fucked up fabric?
Yeah, besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
Yep.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Wanna try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
Okay, what? Okay.
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
Non-stop debate. I'm gonna try not to fuck this one up. Alright, I promise. Knife, steel rolling pin. It's probably the steel rolling pin.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
I'd have to agree.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit.
Fuck, okay. I just really wanted to be done.
With how spindly he is, one tiny misstep could leave the poor fella bruised for days.
Skinny guys bruise easily, eh?
They do, actually.
You're right. Ulysses, fall over.
No, thank you.
Something must have caused that bruise on Wolfgang's neck. What could it have been? There's the steel rolling pin. Steel rolling pin. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You can even reach that high.
Either way, something.
All right. I came back from my poor performance from last non-stop debate.
Kai's right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
Yep, it would, wouldn't it?
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense. He's a tall guy, isn't he like 6'2" or something? So maybe they just couldn't reach his head.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Bam! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser. Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
Okay. That literally did not help us in any way, shape, or form, Toshiko. Thank you, though, for this. For this. All right, for your input.
Guess it makes sense.
After shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what was the killer's next move? If I figure that out, I'll be one step closer to solving this case. What? Okay. Probably the footsteps, no?
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the 2 of us went inside Closet A.
They could have done it afterwards, after the body was found.
To find the backup generator, remember? Ed and I checked Closet B. Eamon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Yeah. Just because the killer placed the pin earlier doesn't mean they left before we arrived. The footsteps, yeah.
Let me get this straight.
Yes. No. Yeah. We already know this.
Before we came downstairs.
I don't think so.
Because the killer dared go back to their room immediately.
No. Because we heard the footsteps. Alright. I'm redeeming myself. I'm glad I am. Jesus.
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time.
Because of the footsteps we heard.
When the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator, Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
I think whoever hit Wolfgang with the rolling pin they had to have done it, put the rolling pin back after the body was found. There's no other time they could have done it.
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Ava did.
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jen and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say, I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing.
Oh, Jean did too. Sean did as well.
However, since other people can attest to hearing them,
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, They all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Yeah?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So,
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Yep.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
That's what that would mean, yep.
Hold up. So the killer had been right next to us?
Boy, that's a given.
huh? How are you so calm after hearing that?
Well, we didn't die, so it's okay, Kai. We'll cuddle up after, alright?
The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
Okay. You know what? Cassidy's starting to make sense now. Alright.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
Were the two who heard the footsteps? Describe the sound.
It was kinda socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh?
Yep, that's what he said.
Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
You don't say.
Because their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? Don't. Quit talking, bro. Quit talking.
Oh, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
We already can find the killer, though.
What?
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
It's because she didn't have an alibi.
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become...
Oh, man.
The killer's someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
God, no! In which case, our killer... Yes, that's right. The only one here who can possibly be the killer is you. Where is she? It's Diana. She's the only one who didn't have an alibi.
It has to be you!
Ah, no.
It's you, isn't it?
I'm gonna sneeze. I'm oh my god. Oh my god. I'm allergic to accusing people I actually like.
Her? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi.
Yeah.
Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
Bless you. Thank you.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys,
If she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Guys, what are you talking about?
Talking about you being the murderer.
Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
Under the right circumstances, yeah.
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi. Right, Ava?
Huh?
You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
How did it take you 5 minutes to get to the dining hall?
So much for an alibi, then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Looks like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. That's not a problem. I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, soon enough, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. How do I do that? Alright, this is how I'll do it. Non-stop debate. Snot, seal rolling pin, storage closet, blood spots.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
What? That person's point is clearly impossible. They should realize as much if I point out that piece of evidence.
If it was... Because if...
She wounded...
I don't fucking know. If I'm being honest, I'm just... If it was Diana inside that boiler room, the blood trail. None of these make sense.
She wounded herself?
No.
Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
There were only 2 people in the boiler room, and so the blood...
If it was Diana...
I'm so confused.
Could she be the one who...
I feel like it's either this. Let me just think. Let me think. I'm like brain dead right now.
Diana's blood? Are you saying
She wounded herself.
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Oh. Yeah, no, actually, I figured it out. Okay. I know what it is. She wasn't dual wielding it. No way she was dual wielding it. God damn. No. No. Okay, can I... There we go. Thought I was gonna miss it and have to do that again, and I would have cried.
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang.
Yeah, because we found the fingerprints and stuff.
You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are 2 handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket.
I forgot about that piece of evidence.
Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
Wolfgang.
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
The hell are you talking about? Wolfgang carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you?
Yep. I mean, whenever you have that note.
Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. You know better than to come unarmed.
It's smart for him for doing that.
A knife isn't super hard to find either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail.
I mean, we can easily find a wound on her.
Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury. But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Alright. I mean, we can try and find it. We could investigate your body. I don't...
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Yep.
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
She is a cosmetologist. She is... her talent. She's a cosmetologist. She can do the makeup and cover it up.
Talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
Exactly.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room.
Alright.
So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
She's gonna say yes.
No. No. But
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh crap.
You're standing in the same room as a murderer. You know who they are now, Kai. It's alright. Like I said, we'll cuddle up later, dude.
You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
a confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana. She lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him.
Yeah.
And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her.
I mean, honestly, for her, it was very unlucky that everybody else had an alibi except for her.
Diana, it wasn't me. I promise, it wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
I know. It's disgusting, isn't it, Winona?
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
Yep.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Smoking that Diana pack. Everybody here is tweaking right now.
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote. No. No, no!
Vote? That's right, we have to vote for the killer. Diana, I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No. No.
So technically, we've killed someone. You know what I mean? Because we're voting for them to die. Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the things she's saying? Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself? I don't know. What are we debating right now? Suspicious note, Grace's testimony, taser gun, the fetch quest, the knife.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Lying in wait.
Once he got there,
Okay.
she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn.
Oops, that's not what I wanted.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote.
Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oops. Is Diana telling the truth? How is that possible when I already know the truth? It can't be possible. Not unless...
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler
Lying in
room.
wait draws
Once he got
bared.
there, she killed him immediately.
Okay.
She fled the crime scene.
That's not what I wanted. God damn it.
The rest of us
She's always been so nice.
the truth.
How could you, Diana?
Okay, Wolfgang, we're here. No, it's not this. I want to use one of the pathos things. Everyone's making a I think it's everyone's making a mistake one. I think that makes the most sense. I think it's time. Sorry, I don't think it's time. Oops.
Diana was
Would never.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. The cables weren't brought up. Yeah, that's true.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on
Dude, what? What? Did I like fuck up the hold, observe, empathy? That's what I just did. I promise you guys, I held E. The cables weren't brought up. They weren't brought up. That's what. Yeah. So I wonder. I really do want to use this pathos thing. Hopefully I don't run out of time. I fucking held E! Did I not hold E? What the fuck? I'm actually pissed off. Jesus Christ.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
Absorb empathy. Hold E. Yeah, that's what I fucking did.
Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Just want to make sure I've got the...
Hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you die?
Okay, I ran out of time, blah blah blah. Yes. I'm trying to absorb it. That's what I'm trying to do. Blah 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 blah.
Never learn the truth.
Okay, okay. So I was able to figure that one out. So I am pressing the right button. I just needed to know that I was pressing the right button. I'm pressing the right fucking button. I'm tweaking out. Holy shit. I'm tweaking out. Yes, I know. I'm trying here. This? Okay, good. I want to get rid of this fucking thing. Blah 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 blah. Yapple apple lap. Yap some more. Give me the fucking pathos thing that I needed. That I need right now. Everyone makes mistakes. Oh no, that's not what I fucking want. Did I read that wrong? Maybe. Okay, so it's not it. It's not letting me pick up any other.
She fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn.
Okay. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I'm actually really confused.
Diana was the one who lured the room.
Lying in wait. I really do want to use this
She fled the crime
thing.
scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you? Poor Wolfie was.
Wolfgang were here. Maybe it's the if Wolfgang were here. That one makes the most sense, like in a pathos kind of way. You know, if we're appealing to someone's emotions here, we appeal to them with Wolfgang, right? So I think that's what we have to do. I'm gonna try to pick up that one. I don't know if I'll be able to. Okay, yeah, got rid of it. That's what I wanted.
How could you, Diana? Poor He's only trying to keep us together.
I was fucking. I'm actually losing my fucking mind. Okay. Yes, okay.
Then she fled the crime scene.
Which,
Helping the rest
Diana,
of us
she's always been so nice. No, it's not that. Okay, and I ran out of time. Alright. Do you guys have any ideas on what I could be doing? On what pathos thing I could be doing? I can still turn this debate around. Okay. Lying in wait, claws bared. This could be it. I can't imagine it would be. Eek. Are we sure it's Diana? She's always been so nice. If Wolfgang were here. Liar, you can't back out of this.
You don't have an alibi.
Honestly, don't know.
Then you obviously
Damn.
did.
Exactly. Everyone makes mistakes. No. I think it's time. Is Diane telling the truth? How's it possible when I already know the truth? It can't be possible, not unless... Knife, suspicious note, Grace's testimony. I guess it'd be the suspicious note, right?
Hoping the rest of us would never.
It says secret, close the door. We also never used the flipping the doorknob, right? So it's not that one. I didn't even click anything. What? Are you like? What? What's going on? I'm not even pressing anything.
Obviously did.
What? Not even. Just doing it for me now? I'm glad.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one going to the boiler.
Okay, it won't let me pick that up.
She killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us. True.
Okay, pick that up, and then maybe we. Oh my fucking god! I finally got it. I'm. Holy shit! Literally, I found it.
We know that Diana got stabbed during her confrontation with Wolfgang, but that doesn't prove she's the culprit.
Wait, huh?
Thank God, dude. I'm glad I'm done with that shit.
If anything, what it should mean is that Diana was trying to get away from him as fast as possible.
Do you hear yourself right now?
He's lost his mind.
The stab wounds prove that Diana was in the same room as Wolfgang before his death. She's the killer. I'm not. I'm not the killer.
Diana. Damn it. What's come over me? I'm getting all mushy and making a fool of myself in front of everyone.
Sheesh, Damon. How are you going to say all this dramatic stuff about Diana being the killer, and then say the opposite 5 minutes later?
It's a lot longer than that. At least it feels like it. I'm making a fool of myself. And yet, when I think back on everything she's done, just because they have different opinions doesn't mean they're bad people. They clearly want the same thing as the rest of us, right? They want to go home. So I think it's okay to give them a chance. Yeah, that's right. We can make it through this. I wish I could speak as well as you, Wolfgang. I realize everyone's been acting tense around you and Ava, so I wanted to say hi and check that you're okay. Well, in any case, if you ever need someone to talk to, just come find me, alright? Diana was always thinking of me when no one else was. She knew how frustrated I felt about everything about Wolfgang. Of course, she tried to play it off as some kind of casual interaction between friends, but She tried to help me without making it seem like I was someone who needed help. Could someone like her really have what it takes to commit a murder? It doesn't make sense. Thinking Diana could kill another person, it doesn't make any logical sense.
Whatever. Who cares what this guy says? We finally know the killer. Let's cast our votes already.
I guess, if that's what everyone else is doing.
Remember, if you don't vote, you die. So none of you naysayers better get any smart
Hey, Tozu.
ideas.
Are you listening, Tozu? I need to ask a question.
Dude, what are you...
Hello, hello. It is I, Tozu, answerer of questions.
Alright, good. Because I need one answered.
You ask a question, I give an answer. Just common sense it is.
Yeah?
Answerer of questions. I thought you were a host.
You can also answer questions, Ingrid. Come on.
I'm a host with an ascendant in question answering. A jack of all trades, if you will.
Anyway, Tozu. According to the regulations, everyone has to vote when a trial is over. My question is, when exactly can a trial be considered over?
Are we talking in a literal or philosophical sense?
I mean, does the trial end when the voting begin? Do you think we've solved the mystery? Or does the vote automatically start after a certain amount of time?
It's actually a fair question.
I see. All right, I'll humor your question. If you ask nicely.
Please, can you answer it, Tozu?
What?
Go on. Ask the question again.
Well, are you still gonna do it?
Tozu, can I please know the factors that decide whether a trial could be considered over?
Well, since you're so polite, I'd be a fool not to tell you.
Thank you.
The truth is, the class trial will only end once I become bored with it.
You're joking.
What? Why'd you say this sooner?
Come now, it's not like I wouldn't announce a warning in advance. Tick tock, tick tock. That's the sound of my internal clock losing patience.
Alright.
Let's start wrapping things up, shall we? I think we're long overdue for a vote. See? Smart, snappy, and to the point.
Sounds terrible.
What if you're still not bored, even when we think we've solved the case?
If that happened and all of you agreed to vote, what reason is there for me to say no?
So in that case, everyone must unanimously agree to vote before voting can be held.
Indeedy.
Alright.
Alright. Then, since you haven't made any kind of warning, I take it you're not bored with the trial yet.
Not yet.
Good to know.
In that case, I don't agree to vote.
What? No way! Are you seriously pushing back the vote?
It's probably smarter anyway, because we don't want to, like, die. Gotta make sure 100% if it is Diana.
Not until I know who the real killer is.
It's obviously Diana. She's the only one without an alibi for the murder.
Diana may not have an alibi, but even so, saying she's a murderer contradicts everything we know about her.
Since when?
Diana looked up to Wolfgang, and Wolfgang cared about her. But from the moment suspicion fell on Diana, she's been nothing but a nervous wreck.
That would make sense. She committed the murder, and she's being accused of that murder.
Does that really sound like someone with the emotional capacity to murder?
What's to say she's not faking it?
Even if she was, it'd be rash to commence a vote without hearing both sides of the story first.
You do make a good point.
We are not in a rush. I say we hear Diana out.
Yeah. I don't feel comfortable voting yet, until Diana shares her testimony.
Sure thing. I'm up for listening.
But
Diana, I promise to keep an open mind if you tell me what happened. Even if it's stressful to relive, until we have conclusive evidence to say otherwise. I'll hear you out.
Let's hear it. Let's hear you out, Diana.
I'm sorry. I'm really
Oh, shit.
I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay. But all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or?
I honestly don't know, Jet. This one goes over me as well, bro.
No! I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did. But I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Diana watched Wolfgang die?
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. If I can't piece together my own thoughts, how can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever is thrown at me next, I need to preserve. Because if I don't, if everyone else here votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive. I'm so confused. What's going on? Did I break it?
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy?
If this is intermission, I swear to God I will kill myself. If all of this will just lead to a goddamn intermission, I swear to God, in Minecraft, it's gone. It's over. It's over.
Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time. If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip.
Ugh.
Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything?
They're good at being sheep. You know? Eating grass, chilling.
Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music.
How dare they?
Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain.
Okay.
No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable?
Yeah, I'd say so.
What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time.
You're welcome.
No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson. Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea. Ta-ta!
That's just my alter ego.
Now's your chance to defend yourself. Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was... 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Okay. Diana. Oh my god. Diana, as you are aware, it is our obligation to speak with those whose blackmail we have obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There is always the chance someone can hear. Wolfgang.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged, the words I can make out were in the same messy scroll as Diana's here.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Probably.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang in case he really did write the note. Which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Okay.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No, it was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark, so the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him.
Who?
Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet.
What even happened?
Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What?
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look, there's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me, but...
I'm so confused right now. What is going on?
Okay. to the ledge of the platform. The part where the fence had a gap.
And he probably tried to stab her or something.
Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over. And he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do. Because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, alright?
Can we, like, get to the point here? What's going on here?
I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow... somehow I didn't think to react. When he reached inside his blazer.
Bring her back. Bring her back!
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with. And that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I...
You zapped him.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him.
Oh, what?
I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you.
What is going on? What, like, what?
I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up.
Until the world knows what?
Until everyone knows me as...
Kaboom!
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black.
It's freaky deaky.
And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it. His body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the silence.
So how did the taser get used? And where is the extension cord in all this?
That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana,
How did he...
I'm at a loss for words.
Sorry. How did he even die if Diana didn't shoot him? That's what I'm saying. It's probably something to do with the extension cord, I'd imagine. But I'm at a loss as well.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
But why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
I guess, yeah. Despite how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. Why would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
I mean, we just made it halfway, so I guess there's more to... This is halfway? Jesus Christ, dude. I'm gonna be here till sunrise.
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out.
So that would explain why the bobby pin was there. Okay.
To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
I mean, if you're a complete beginner like her, like, yeah.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The Tozu T part is the halfway mark, I think, but it might not be. I really hope it's not, dude. I wanna go to bed.
The lock is normally on the inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. That's for why the killer locked the door to begin with.
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room. By which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
I'd imagine after, right?
It sort of happened at the same time.
What?
Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark. So I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it. And stayed as quiet as possible.
Okay.
I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
Hence the blood on the underground floor.
Yeah.
It's all coming together.
Okay. I'm starting to understand now, but that doesn't explain who murdered Wolfgang.
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu trinket's protection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just...
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to click that. Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
You can just cover it up, right?
That's awful! It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
It's probably something to do with the note, right? Letter that he got?
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
Probably.
That's impossible. It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room.
I don't believe John meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
So what he's saying, right, is that Wolfgang is like schizophrenic or something, and he was seeing like visions. I don't know. Probably not schizophrenia. He's probably like he looked rough whenever Diana found him or saw him in the boiler room. He looked rough, so he's probably already like that's what he got hit with the rolling pin, and that's why he was so like loopy and stuff.
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
Yeah.
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters, or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Yeah.
Now, what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, there's substance in them.
Yeah, because we smelt that combustion chemical thingy, didn't we?
Substance induced? Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
The only person that we know went to the pharmacy is Toshiko.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy.
The pharmacy, obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang.
Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys!
I'll cuddle you, bro, and then you'll realize that you can trust only me.
And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
You just didn't have a good trip setter. That's just what I'm saying.
Well, stranger people do exist.
On that same note, you do not want me as your trip setter. Alright? I will make you tweak out. Alright?
That's rich coming from you!
It's just as I predicted. Exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then, all I did was... With caution yet determined expressions, the students entered the newly opened pharmacy. Giving everyone unrestricted access to medication sounded like a disaster in the making. But having already evoked the group's ire after speaking my mind before, I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. This shit was laced. It was, bro. I'll just stay quiet. Let them do their thing. He was tweaking out. Then again, nobody would have listened to me. Especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Oh my god, dude. Just let her be the one. At this point, I don't even care.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me.
Alright, Jet. I don't believe you, but okay.
I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You've not helped in any way.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! Second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words.
Pinning down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. The question is, how did the killer drug him? It was with this fucking cereal rubbing alcohol thing. Odd smell, yeah.
I bet the killer took a pill. Forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? Proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
Force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a drug? You don't.
Yes, you're on the right track.
Substance?
Wait, no, that's not what I... Well, I should know this is speedrun strats here. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. I meant to hit that one. It's the odd smell. I know that for a fact. It's the only thing we've got in here that makes sense. I don't know why I thought. I'm just really trigger happy, I guess. Like a powder or something. Counter sedatives. There's no... Okay. How did the killer drug Wolfgang all these ideas? Yes. It's not?
Now hold on. A pill is gonna be fully digested, and that's.
Okay.
I bet the killer took a pill. Forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
Thin piece of metal.
The killer. Make him swallow a pill.
Here.
There was no proof they restrained him.
What is this? What it's shrapnel. Chunks of an unidentified material were floating in the water. Huh. Maybe it's that. It's probably that one.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe restraining him.
You can't force a
unconscious person to swallow a pill. What if it was a drug? You don't.
Okay. Let me.
Killable substance?
I don't think so.
The pharmacy does have
I don't think so. Oh. It has to be this one. If it's not the odd smell, then it has to be. How did the killer drug Wolfgang? Is it this one? Hello? Jesus Christ. Okay. It's either the odd smell or this. My brain isn't working right now. Yeah.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
You can't
force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
Yeah. Maybe. This? I don't know. Why would it be, why would it be the hairpin? It's not the hairpin, it's the hairpin is a completely different, thing, right? So, here, let me, go all the way down here. The shrapnel. This is completely different. The, whatever we were looking at, this thing, the thin piece of metal, that's what Diana used to get out of the room. I'm imagining, at least. And then shrapnel. Chunks of unidentified material are floating in the water near the generator. That might be part of the generator. It's... Or the odd smell. I mean... Maybe? Yep.
Yeah, like a powder or something.
Pharmacy does have a large.
Okay. I guess it would be the odd smell on Cassidy's thing. Oops. Pressing the wrong buttons. Oopsie. I don't know if I'll make it there in time. Might take too long. It's the only thing that I can think of. What are the truth bullets? I mean, Wolfgang's neck, Toshiko's fetch quest.
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh, I guess.
Like a powder or something.
What is Toshiko's fetch quest? Some medication from the pharmacy on her way back. She briefly encountered Wolfgang in the hallway. Ingrid overheard bits and pieces. I mean, some medication. That doesn't really... shout what she used. Right? Like, some medication could be anything. Right? Wolfgang's neck had the red spot, right? Did we use that yet? We didn't talk about that, no.
I bet the killer took a pill. Forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
I'm trying to think of where I could use this. I think you might be on the right track, though. This? I don't know.
If Wolfgang inhaled something,
It should have been traced up in his nose or throat. Yeah. What? I don't know, bro. I still think it's the Otsma. You don't need to eat. It's not that.
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us.
It's either Otsmel or one of the last ones. Or Wolfgang's neck on Mark, I think. I mean, Tozu tablet number 2, thin piece of metal, odd smell, Wolfgang's neck, Toshiko's fetch quest.
How would the killer
I mean,
make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe.
I guess just jab him at some point. At that point, I guess that would make sense. Yeah. I think, yeah. That does make sense, I guess. Yeah. Alright.
I bet the killer took.
Ah. You know what? Heyo. I love you. I really appreciate that. I would not have thought about that at all.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck.
I would have been there for fucking hours if you hadn't helped. Thank you so much.
During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. Knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out. If Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m., then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes.
It's pretty quick.
Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
Gotta eat now, so I'll be back later. Have fun. Alright, thank you. Thank you so much for your help, bro. You have some good grub, and you don't get poisoned now, alright?
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around. Only when they had him right where they wanted, dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Not really. I mean, the only person that crossed paths with him was Toshiko.
Because everybody got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for...
Not really.
Really can't discern a suspect.
It's Toshiko.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
What's screwing us over here? Is there a part of this mystery we're getting wrong? Or could it be we're overlooking something? We're definitely overlooking something. It was ruled out as having no relation to the murder because the wires don't touch the water. But the position of it, the fact it's destroyed, the timing of the blackout. One coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
Nope.
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
I don't like how Todu's giving us the stink eye.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
I won't give up until everyone knows me as. It blew up. All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then so did everything else. Plop, crack.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout.
Right.
Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
But it wasn't used.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
She's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you.
Oh?
Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
The true murder weapon. Is it possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet? Am I grasping at straws by thinking something like that?
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Huh?
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Okay, well, I still want to believe she's in the right, though.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything
The
about
cable,
her
exactly.
in the room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial.
How is that circumstantial?
None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
The most covert place? Her words do make sense. After all, I chose to meet Tozu in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
You can't prove a negative.
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete.
It's the extension cord.
Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
So we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Let's put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure.
Oh yeah.
Ready? On your marks, get set, go!
All right. It's definitely the cord, though. I'm telling you guys right now. Shrapnel, maybe?
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the tape.
There we go. Okay, I just didn't want to hear all that yapping. We have the shrapnel, whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but...
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
You mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion. Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
That's what I was thinking at first, but I guess not.
Except this debris is a completely different color. It lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else. Which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
And floating near it was another out-of-place item. It was the cable. Right here. Extension cord. Oh, yes, that's what I want to use.
This is it.
There we go. So what even was used?
An extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
So what even is the shrapnel, though?
Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
It's what caused the explosion.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside storage closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Oh, good memory.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, Anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell do they need an extension cord for?
Rob something involving the generator, given its proximity to the core.
Same thing with the red bits. Even though we don't know what they are.
Right, the red shrapnel. It definitely isn't debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room can be directly tied to the shrapnel. At least not any of the clues that have already been discussed in this trial. I don't know what it is. If I were to flip my thinking and consider the clues we haven't discussed yet, there's no proof what I have in mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one that hasn't? The one thing the mysterious shrapnel might be related to. Probably the doorknob. Because we haven't used anything else, right? Generator. We used her testimony. Oh, this as well. The odd smell. I'd imagine this.
This is it.
Yeah, okay. Still haven't used that doorknob, though.
Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction is at play.
Yeah.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal, or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Oh.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
Yeah?
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us.
The shrapnel. Yep.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Yeah.
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Yes, and you were the only one that went to the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes, when we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in the dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Anything red? Big ol' slabs of metal. Why does that sound so familiar? Hold on, that's right. What Ingrid said just now is similar to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. I guess this would explain my room, too. It's littered with all sorts of fancy tools and metals. At the time, people were talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talents. Could the shrapnel actually be the remnants of the unique device that guy boasted about having in his room? The only way to know for sure is to put you on the spot. What? It's not her? Confident the person I have in mind is a guy. One of the louder ones. So it'd be Jet. Jet, where are you? I went the wrong fucking way again.
It has to be you!
It's not Jet, though. He didn't kill anyone. He couldn't have.
I need to ask you something.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh, I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning speedster.
Oh, wow.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to roll me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
You're good, bro.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
Yeah.
And lithium?
Yeah.
That's an explosive substance.
Kaboom!
If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. That was a burn.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
Glad we're all on the same page.
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
And when will it go kaboom?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like.
Okay.
All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay, if the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
There's a vent. There's a vent, yeah. So it could have been someone in the room.
Huh. Good point. We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
The shrapnel and generator are too close for comfort. They must be correlated. I'll admit that Diana throwing the battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. There may still be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I've ruled that out, I won't settle for a culprit just yet. Jesus Christ. Okay. Thin piece of metal, extension cord. Thin piece of metal.
Related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
They are.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Extension cord.
Submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
The battery is the murder weapon. Why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Everybody's quick to say the battery was thrown, but when I consider the boiler room, in which objects the killer could have leveraged, what that person considers impossible starts to sound anything but.
If the battery is to the case, only Diana.
Not this.
My arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are...
The battery clearly couldn't have somewhere.
No? Is it not the extension cord? Oh, interesting. Thin piece of metal. Shrapnel, generator, taser gun. I still feel like it's the extension cord. Or maybe that's the thin piece of metal, yeah. This? No? Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. Wait, though. Okay. Oh, then it would be the extension cord. Everybody's quick to say the battery's thrown, but when I consider the boiler room and which objects the killer could have leveraged, what that person considers impossible, I think it's Toshiko, but I don't know what it could be other than the cord. Yeah, I think I just used the cord too. You'd think it'd be Toshiko. Yeah. I thought I used that already. Okay. Generator, taser gun. So it's not the taser gun or the generator. I don't think it would be, at least. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described? If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun? Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
A few inches.
Not the hardest.
Maybe it's the extension cord to the a few inches. I think. That's what I'm thinking. Because it's an extension cord. It wouldn't be a few inches from it. I think I'm onto something here.
The battery would have landed in the water. A few from the generator.
No? All right. Well.
Evidence tells a difference.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
Only Diana. I guess.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Only Diana. I mean,
Been submerged another way.
this case is giving me a headache. A little bit. Yeah. I mean, it might be generator, I guess.
Why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel,
The battery would have landed in the water.
And in the water, a few inches from the generator. I don't know how it would have fall off the generator, though. Yeah. But he's quick to say the battery was thrown. But when I considered the boiler room, and which objects the killer could have leveraged, I mean, the extension cord is the only thing that I could think of that you could leverage, right? Or the thin piece of metal, which is just a bobby pin that I'm sure what's her name? The cosmetologist girl used to what? That person considers impossible stars to sound anything but.
If the battery is related to the case,
The batteries only Diana could have thrown it into the water.
My arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
What?
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it could have been submerged another way.
Something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder,
Shrapnel, generator.
Maybe it's a red herring.
judging by the shrapnel,
Okay.
Not the hardest shot to make.
Alright. I guess we could try this thin piece of metal. No? Alright, well, I tried.
if the battery is related to the case, could have
Extension cord? I don't know.
Damon.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out the wall, seeing if it sticks. Okay.
Related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
See, what is the generator? Half of the generator's wires were melted, and what remained intact had been completely singed. It's like a bomb went off inside the machine. Okay. Could have fall from the generator if it was manipulated by the vent.
Batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen.
No?
No, that's wrong.
Okay. Both of you helped me. I really appreciate you guys. I don't want to be here for longer than I have to be.
The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
I guess, yeah, if you place it there.
What makes you say that?
It's the only thing that I can think of.
Wolfgang's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator.
Yeah, hey, I think you helped me again here. I don't know. I guess, yeah, generator would work, and then, yeah, happy gem. I guess it does make sense.
Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
I guess.
Saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Not on top, but maybe on the side. Suspended over the generator, leaning over the generator, teetering over the I guess it'd be teetering. No, not teetering.
If you were to press down on the part
Oh, what?
sticking out, the entire tile would tip over and fall onto the floor, right? What if the killer applied the same physics to the battery?
I thought I was wrong because it didn't show that animation. Okay.
They could position the battery so it was teetering over the generator. And then, from the safety of the concrete platform, use a long instrument to tip it over.
Like the extension cord.
Long instrument being?
I have no idea. Oh, so I was wrong. Okay. Oh, it might be suspended. Leaning so it would fall.
I got it.
Okay. Guess suspended.
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended over.
If the battery was suspended by something, then the presence of that item starts to make a lot more sense. There we go. No, yes. Right there. Hallelujah. Everything is getting to make sense.
Around the battery and slung the battery over the generator.
Yeah, this is starting to make sense.
If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
This is so needlessly long. That is the one criticism I have.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than weaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm was bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord.
You have a culprit. You think for who the culprit is, but I don't like it. Who do you think it is? Because I'm still thinking it's Toshiko.
So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something else was supporting the cord. Probably the shrapnel, right? Wolfgang holding the cord. A third person was holding the cord. Cord was involved. Object was holding the cord. Think it's Ava? That's not there. Okay. Wolfgang, maybe? No? Okay, well. An object. I guess that would make it the shrapnel. Kai or Diana still, maybe.
We've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another.
The problem with Kai is because he and Damon were both playing Super Smash Bros., right? Or whatever the knockoff is called. So I don't think it's Kai. I don't think they would make Ava the culprit, at least not now. Yeah.
If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh, my head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Something to keep the cord in place. If I imagine the cord and the battery, it's tied around. In the cord, battery, it's tied around. In front of the generator, in the same spot where the shrapnel has surfaced. What? I guess the vent, innit?
This is it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the game. I just said Kai because we didn't know where he was from 8 to 8:30 a.m. Yeah, that's fair. Cause we did oversleep. Oh, hang on, yeah. Well, he would have had the time, I guess. I guess he would have had the time to set that up. To set this contraption up.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is.
I guess Toshiko wouldn't be able to reach it.
The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you'd probably assume the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft.
I don't think he is the killer, but maybe he could have helped the killer. You think? I don't know.
I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
I think Ava is the only one who would be able to tie the cord to the vent and release it. You think? Maybe. I don't know. Don't rub it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Cassinger also could have tied the cord too. Yeah.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessarily. The killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that. Tying it together? Cutting the cord, tying the cord around Wolfgang, wrapping the cord around battery. I guess cutting the cord. No? No? Alright, I guess I was wrong.
Not even. I didn't see.
You believe.
Okay. I guess you wouldn't tie it around Wolfgang, so you'd be wrapping it around the battery.
I got it.
Come on, guys. That's obvious.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
So much effort.
Yeah.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How? It's simple. By adjusting the cord's position. All the killer would need to utilize is a certain aspect of the boiler room. A certain aspect? This? I don't fucking know. The boiler itself? Nope. The vent? I don't fucking know.
This is it.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Like I
I've
mentioned
stopped.
earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler room.
I've stopped thinking.
Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system.
Plus Ava knew that he had trauma because we told him. Plus she knew where weapons were hidden.
To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
Things around the grate directly in front of me. I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is standing in the water.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny.
Why is that funny?
Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a separate vent in front of it.
Huh, she has a point. I've been assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent, but I fail to consider the ventilation shaft. It becomes considerably harder to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down that shaft first. Not just that, I never tested to see if the boiler room vent can open inwards. I only got it to open outwards. By that logic, a vent on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one thing.
One of the people in the competition has to be it, right?
The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent.
No?
They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
Yeah.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Ava was also pushing hard to blame our favorite makeup artist hard. She was, yeah.
Oh yeah, the Grays. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right. When you described opening the boiler room vent.
She did also come early to help set up, I guess, yeah. Wrapping my fingers around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you could slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end, for the killer to then go and tie to the
Actually...
Okay. Let's do this again.
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
We're back. Ugh, excuse me. We're back to discussing this again? Never mind. I'll find a way to combat his argument, just like I've done countless times already. Rebuttal showdown. Generator, extension cord, blackout, knife.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
Okay.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point.
I guess the
and
knife?
Someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
No.
Indoor extension cords may be
Knife,
thin,
generator.
but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some
His
point.
generator,
and
maybe?
Someone else closed it. That is my issue.
I'm so confused on this one. His argument might have made sense if it weren't for one fatal flaw.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point.
There we go.
and someone else closed it. That is...
Okay.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them...
That's not what I wanted to fucking do. God damn
How
it.
can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate?
The cord, maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
The
Extension cords may be
cord
thin,
was...
but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
Yeah, because the cord was cut. So... Yeah. Okay.
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in Storage Closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
Yeah.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
I don't know, man.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water.
Yeah.
Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they'd probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Yeah, but like, who killed Wolfgang? This is so confusing and just long.
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
Exactly.
What?
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer. Damn it, how did I not realize sooner? The fact the killer could even access the vent means they must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
We can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and John.
Yeah.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
Oh, fuck, Ava.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3. And Cass 2, I think. I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
I guess I do remember seeing one less person in the little, like, photo of me and Kai playing the game. I don't fucking remember who wasn't there, though. I guess it was Ava, though. If we're running based off of this. I might be right and I hate it. Yeah, you might be.
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
Tournament participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's positions directly before the blackout. The problem is I myself had been totally preoccupied with the game. I never got a good look at the actual people around me. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? Well, I never got a good look at the others. I can still deduce their general positions, and if they were near me, from whether or not I heard them. Think, Damon, think. Who and what did I hear back then? It was you. The only person I never heard was you. It was Ava. You were right, dude. It was Ava. Because Mark had to, like, do his music shit. I know, Grace was leaning against the sofa or the chair or something, and then Cass and Jet wouldn't have killed, so it's the only person would be Ava. It's the only person.
It has to be you.
The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing a game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone, except Ava. In fact, last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
Yeah, don't blame Mark. He's a chill guy.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
I knew she was acting suspicious the whole time.
Care to contribute anything,
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
Oh?
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What plot holes?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord.
And what's that?
If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Ava get rid of the cord? I'm sure it's possible if she knew to untie it at the right time. Whenever there was the blackout, right? Whenever the lights went out. During the blackout. Come on. Even I can figure that one out. Come on. Eva's messed up for doing
Dispose of
the
cord.
crime.
You just untied it during the blackout.
And it also, she has motive because Wolfgang didn't like me or her. So,
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds.
Kaflooey and Kaplunk. Okay, I won't give up until I'm known as Kaboom. Pitch black, and then everything plop.
The first sound was obviously the battery exploding. And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife in the water. But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
I don't know. With people we thought were the support and the antagonist are gone. Chapter 1. That's a bold move. That is actually kind of a bold move, yeah.
Then, do you think...
Oh wow, yeah. I didn't even think about that, yeah.
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Tozy trinkets. I should have known. I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would tell Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
She's smart. She's a mathlete.
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
I guess others will get more spotlight next chapters. Yeah, I'll be excited for that.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal.
I understand Grace's anger. I'd be angry too. I mean, they were close, so.
She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the core through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the conversation continue like this. Ava did in fact have a way to reach the vent. All she had to use? I don't know, the fucking boxes? Use the vent, innit? Nope. Yeah, of course not. I don't know, fucking boxes.
That's setting my flexing. I'm saying, but he never could than the other.
So the boiler itself, the generator. No. What did Ava use to reach the vent? These?
This is it.
I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at.
Ava, to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room. There's already
It's what I fucking-
near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
Oh my god, it's what I fucking clicked on. I just didn't click on the right box. Okay.
She would have known about those boxes in advance, too. Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator. And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be open for the killer's trap to work.
Oh my god.
But Opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh. Oh yeah, you're right. If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
The vent was closed?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong.
The table was set up on the other side of the wall.
Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit.
Can it, you four-eyed troll? You can't talk your way out of this one.
Shit.
The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you, and only you. Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise.
Grace, calm down. God damn, bro. I will say this, Ava's plan was probably one of the best plans I've ever seen. Even among Danganronpa culprits' plans, none made me question it this much. Yeah, I will say. But I've also like never had to sit through a long trial like this. Best chapter 1, that's for sure. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of yapping. That's like the worst part. I gotta all this yapping. I gotta go through, you know. But I do agree. I'm enjoying this chapter 1 really a lot. Oh my fucking god, dude! I have so much left I gotta fucking do. God damn. Or shrapnel, storage closets, generator, boiler room doorknob.
Pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive.
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord with a special knot which can untie by itself after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that.
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer.
Never mind what was said before. Focus on the facts. I need to focus. I mean, what does it say? Timeline? I don't think you just happened to be there.
To be pretty good evidence to me.
It's not a coincidence. It's the last thing that Ava says. It's not a coincidence. She got there early for a reason. There we go. Okay. Hallelujah. We figured it out.
No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament.
No, it's not.
In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier, but the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
She is the one who suggested doing it at 9 a.m.
Whoa. Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. You're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
When I was training, setting at 9 a.m. Yep, that's what she said. Clicking through this. Ugh.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yep. She did her math. She did.
To create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
So to answer a question of why neither Cassidy, Jet, nor Mark noticed the open vent, when I think back on what Cassidy told me earlier today, before the tournament began, I can discern exactly when Ava opened the vent. When did Ava open the dining hall event? After sacking the... I don't remember this. I was just assuming it was this.
Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
Why did I tell you this again?
I don't know.
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone. If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
Because Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
Well, that explains everything.
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me. I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yep.
Yes, sir, Eva.
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent.
I can tell we're almost to the non-stop debate.
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed for the setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating a trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents. After going upstairs and
Sorry, climax. Oh, okay.
Furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent, she heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Talent being one of them.
It's a big one to lie about too.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out.
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position.
The chair?
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout.
Eh?
Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall.
Okay.
However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range. Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
I never hated how right I was. Yeah, it's valid.
Mark and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers.
Makes sense.
There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Eva probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still, Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Eva, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, I just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Eva seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems
Okay.
the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall.
Okay. I like this game. Genuinely, I do. I'm loving this game so far. But there is no need to repeat the same thing 20 times to get the point across. That is one of my few criticisms of the game. We do not need the repeating of the same of what someone else has already said.
The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator.
Like, I can fill in the blanks here. What's going on?
Combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
Yeah, it's too long. I guess they tried to make every character relevant to some extent. And I like that, but there is a reason why, like, you'll see in shows or in media, why you'll see with big casts like this, not everyone gets spotlight. It's because of it's way too long. It makes it way too long. That's why you have to cut out some things.
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent.
I'll be honest. Ava was my second guess. Joe was my first. It was until they proved how much of an idiot he was that I had a strong feeling it was Ava.
Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament.
Yeah, everybody was paying attention to the game.
That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did they overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
It was right. Standing up would look really suspicious, which is exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem. This? No? What the fuck are you talking about? Everybody's literally looking on the other side of the... I don't even... This.
This is it.
I guess. Okay, that's what I was gonna click first, but I was like, alright, no, maybe I'm wrong.
The location of the chair bypasses this problem entirely. Towards the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With your chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well, am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things?
I don't know, man. I don't care.
Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
Yeah, how's that? Because I don't even know. Ava had my blackmail. Ava had Desmond's blackmail. Ava asked nice. Oh, she had Desmond's blackmail.
I got it.
That's how.
Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room, because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh yeah, he read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Yep.
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things. The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
And what's that?
What the hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know. You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
I don't. Okay.
Eye to eye on the not killing each other stuff?
I guess so.
On Wolfgang. Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did. But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation.
It's impossible for me for Damon to have done it because we were playing the fucking game.
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop. I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally, but in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness.
Lies, yeah.
Which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh gosh.
Ava, you.
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Did Ava really never trust me? Why then did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? Obviously to gain your trust. Duh. Yeah, I'm not reading this. Holy fucking shit. No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close. What Ava thinks about me shouldn't matter. What she thinks about me. Yep. Damn it. This entire time I've been judging the others for how trusting they are, not even realizing I was blindly following the words of a stranger. And now everyone here, they're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me, even more than if I just come forward earlier. Even so, what choice do I have? No one will let the discussion continue unless I tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture. As requested.
With those words, I retrieved the envelope from my pocket and pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
Yes.
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
But why his parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise.
I didn't like him.
Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people. And maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Don't listen to him. He's trying to divert everyone from the truth.
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered.
Facts.
Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does. He does want bloodshed.
Alright, good one, Ava.
We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer. Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having.
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me or anything else.
It is odd that he places faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone?
Exactly.
Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Exactly.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
You are.
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that.
My ears!
I don't even know what's going on anymore, dude.
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
What are you talking about?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room? It's not as if I could listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud.
Kai's been more useful in this trial than I would have thought. Honestly, I absolutely 100% agree. I thought he was going to be so fucking useless.
And the dining hall has no clocks, so it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair! Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway?
You had a game console, right?
If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Ava makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? Did she just rely on chance? No, that doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan fails if the timing isn't right. Come on, think. in my years of debate have taught me anything, I need to look at this from another angle. If I just take it from the top, probably assuming it was the killer. I mean, the game console she had, right? Check the time she guessed she heard Diana enter. I guess she saw Diana enter. Her talent of math? I don't know. So I guess she saw because of the vents.
The only way the killer would have known where to spring their trap is by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So where did she watch Diana from? There are only two possible places. From the vents, innit? What? How is it not the fucking vent? It's not the security camera, I can tell you that much. Where did... There's only two? Yeah. Guess the water. Just gonna click everywhere. Let's see if I can find something. Oh, that makes sense. Actually, the security camera, because it would be following Diana.
It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
In order to actually see what was happening on the security cameras, what would Ava need access to? Naturally, it would have to be some sort of screen. A screen, huh? She has that. Thinking back on all the various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? When all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one which still remains. The one thing we've yet to discuss. It's time to bring an end to what you started. For better or worse, this one will be your final lie. Final piece of the puzzle will be without a fight. Okay, in this game, opponent battle each other. The bullet hell extravaganza. Dodge your opponent's attacks, shoot down their arguments, and solve the case. Noise bullet, focus, mega bullet F. Okay. Use the WASD keys to move and the spacebar to fire noise bullets. You can also focus by pressing the left shift key, which will slow down the battle temporarily. Fire their own bullets, so be sure to use your abilities strategically to avoid damage. Will also make statements of their own, which will appear in orange text. Gacha machine screwed us. It has. They also start the game with a shield, meaning they cannot be damaged by any means. But worry not, you can weaken their shield by breaking their statements with your bullets. Breaking their statements also charges your mega bullet. You'll want to press the F key to fire that one. Why? Well, it's the only way to damage your opponent. If you miss, don't worry, just break more statements in order to recharge your mega bullet. After a certain amount of hits, you will progress to the next stage of battle. Your opponent will become more frenzied, and their attacks will be even wilder. If you run out of HP, your opponent will then ask you to solve a burning question. Press WASD. It's okay to solve the case. If you fail it, you'll have to start over from the last stage of the battle. However, losing all your HP will force you to restart from the very beginning, so I suggest you don't do that. This is a lot of information. Okay, blah blah blah. Have fun, but your life actually depends on it, so get going. Okay. Yo, what's up, Ava? How you doing? Legit? Oh shit.
I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
I'm so bad at this. This is terrible.
It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything.
Oops.
Damon, this isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera?
Okay. I gotta fucking listen to this shit again. Ow.
I thought you trusted me.
No, I don't.
It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera?
Oops.
Who cares about the camera?
What the fuck?
Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone?
God damn it.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
I'm running out of health. Oh my god.
I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Why would I? Why won't you believe me?
My god, dude. I'm like actually locked in right now, but I'm so tired. I can't.
I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help.
I'm so gonna fucking die here.
This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed. Who cares? This isn't fair.
No. Please don't make me fucking do this again. I will actually... I just want to be done with this shit. Oh my god, I'm actually like tweaking out right now. This is so annoying. Oh my god, I fucking missed. Oh my god, dude. I don't anymore. I really don't care anymore. I missed again. I'm getting sick of this.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Okay, well, I'd recommend to anyone who's gonna play this game, don't play it all in one go like me. Like how I've done. This definitely is a thing you don't do. I do not have the patience for this. She broke the trust she did. Oh my god, I can't believe I hit that. It's crazy. Okay. I don't care what's fair. The situation isn't fair that we're in.
Why won't you believe me?
I don't care about you. I don't care about you. Not anymore. Objection. How about you object to these nuts of mine? These little balls of mine. Ow. There we go. I was able to save all my hit points for this last phase. There we go.
How could I access the security camera?
Console.
Lame. Why would I kill
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
I didn't see anything.
I didn't have any time. You have to give me fucking time to answer her question.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. How could I access the security camera?
Ava's personal console game. Game console? Is it game console? And I just like...
There's no proof I killed. This isn't fair. I just want This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill anyone?
His personal game console.
There's no proof
Ava's personal game console. Holy shit, finally. I'm tweaking out. It is, what is it? It's 4:30 a.m. I want to go to sleep.
What you said is true.
Thank you so much. I love you.
The trap works depends on if the killer can see inside the boiler room, which begs the question, How does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle.
Mm-hmm.
If I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
Yap, yap, yap. Just tell them about their fucking console.
Does she know?
That's all you have to fucking do.
Out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out.
The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Ava had a game console?
Yeah.
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
I guess. I don't know how, but yeah.
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
Well, what about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair.
Is that what the scrap metal was in the water?
Now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms. And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there. Which means, it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
You're just trying to make me look bad.
Okay, good one, buddy. Just show us the fucking console.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me.
Oh no! The mathlete!
You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey, calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes! Show us the console and then you'll be done with this!
No! I don't have to show anyone anything.
Alright, well, I guess we're voting for you.
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if he won't reveal this?
I don't know.
Now that I think back,
I'm gonna reveal how she did it now. Yeah, that's what pisses me off.
staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird. Coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console?
The pachinko
We
machine.
should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gotcha.
Yeah, whatever it was called. Same thing.
Natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being the killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further.
Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure, if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case.
God. Would I fucking strangle you? How about that?
For everyone to see.
I'm gonna fucking touch you. How about
She's the
that?
killer, once and for all.
Alright, yeah. Closing the vent. That would be all the way over here, right? No, it would be. Was the battery activated? Right there. What occurred right after Wolfgang's death? What? Oh, this is the blackout? The boiler. Saved on the halfway mark. I should have, dude. I should have like went to sleep. Letters from the killer. I don't know when that. When did? Oh, they received letters. Here we go. The syringe. End of the cord. What did killers steal from Jet's dorm room? It's a drug. The syringe. Internal plug. That goes there. Car battery. That's what you stole. The killer. What? Who took the knife from the kitchen? The taser. What did the killer leave on the boiler room floor? The taser. Okay, so what is this? The killer. Oops. Who arrived in the boiler room last? What? So it would be Wolfgang. I guess there? No. There we go. And then Wolfgang. He took the. Okay, I see. I understand what it was saying. What it was asking of me to do. Okay. I'm honestly. I kind of want to skip this shit. We already know how this worked.
This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder.
Yep.
They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia.
Venezia.
Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
How do you know what happened?
To expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
You can skip it if you want. There's still going to be before execution talk, execution, and yeah. You know what? Thank you, bro. My one and only. God, I have to do the voices and everything. Yep. Cause like we already know what happened. We already know what Ava did. We literally just talked about what she did. We know how she did it, what she did. You know. We don't need to. We don't need to go through this again. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Well, I mean, the development team, they posted to the channel the no commentary version of this. So if you just want to go there and check it out for yourself, you can always do that as well. But I just don't see a point in in doing this, you know, and I don't see a point in watching this, knowing fully what was going on. You know what happens. Ah, okay, that was interesting. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. The music in this game, though, is fire, I will say.
This complicated one.
Person comes to mind. It's you. Ava!
That person is you, Ava Tsunaka. It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
Yes, we do. It's not fair that Wolfgang's life got taken away. Damn, well, Guess we're voting for you. Stinker butt. Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular. You have... Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to skip that. My bad. This is worthy of praise. Allow me to reward your success with... Can you shut up? Without Tozu's mad ramblings, the trial room had gone completely silent. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so now you wish to know why done it.
Such a spoilsport.
Very well. Every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would be loathed. I think it's supposed to be Tozu speaking, but I don't. I'm breaking tradition at this stage.
There must be something.
Ava, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
Come on, speak up. You have nothing to lose now. It was Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it. What? You've been working with Tozu this entire time? $1,000,000? Oh, please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title. I mean, seriously, ultimate liar? Talk about on the nose. No, Ava's just as much of a kidnappee as the rest of you. Shut up, you let her get away with breaking the rules. That's proof enough you're in cahoots. Ava broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property. Why the fuck was I punished for chucking a rock at a camera, but Ava wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator? Shit, is Ava the exception that rule was talking about? What? Desmond tapped the screen of his trinket and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he located the killing game's rules. Okay, yeah, everyone take a look at the second rule. Students earn a lot of Tozu trinkets. Exceptions may apply. Yep. Alright. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Ava wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception? Probably, because she killed someone. Are you gonna explain how, or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian? Well, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Ava destroyed the generator while committing a murder. Are you saying Ava had special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was that destroyed the generator, meaning the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death. Yeah, which is why Ava was excused for breaking it. Yo, that can't actually be the reason, can it? And if it were... What? I see, Ava believed she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator. She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed. Nah, with how confidently Ava executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about it, Tozu? Did you ever share that information with her? A desperate killer is much like a hungry seagull ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The more implication of a loophole ignites their senses, and they, as desperate people always do, will shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So to answer your question, yes, Ava approached me with the same questions your friends are asking now, and yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true. Seriously? That's so unfair. Unfair? Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked a professor for help on an assignment? Sure, your professor won't do the work for you, but they'll be happy to clear up any confusion you may have. Then why did Ava say you made her kill Wolfgang? I suppose you could say Ava and I made a deal. A deal? Like, what kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game. In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, she would receive a special perk. The traitor perk. What do you mean, the traitor perk? Is this the tablet Ava has? I mean, she refused to show it to us now when we asked. Mind you, that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it. What do you mean by earn it? Do you recall the little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about the secret lurking inside? Yep, we read this already. What secret? Were you referring to the traitor perk? Indeed I was. When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pin pad. Pin pad? Oh gosh, talking about that big door I found tucked behind the shelf? I see, it was hiding a traitor perk all along. How did Ava figure out the password to the pin pad though? Did she enter a bunch of random numbers until it finally worked? forged a code would have thousands of potential combinations. Unless Ava encountered unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing that code is only a few days is extremely unlikely. Then how did she get access to the trader perk? The 4 numbers to unlock the pin pad. How did Ava figure them out? There's only one way. Only one way I could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with that poster, isn't it? The mysterious poster in the pharmacy. What poster are you? Ding, 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 correct. Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy rooms is a poster which reveals the code to the pin pad. For reals? How can that poster reveal the code, though? I knew it had to be important somehow. None of the visuals made sense, which is exactly why it caught my attention. But I didn't know what to do with that information, so how to decipher what I was seeing. Like I said, I think it was just 10-10. And and that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen... Oh, I didn't mean... An equation. What? Every detail is deceitful. Those exclamations of grandeur may, in fact, be hints towards a certain something's nature, and the large star stand in for a coordinate plane. Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to that precious pin pad is, after all, being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents' parents, the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles. No way, a math equation is totally up Ava's alley. Ava told me you couldn't understand the poster. Of course you did. That equation is the key to the trader perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over. So the trader perk was Ava's reward for solving the puzzle? The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet. I assure you, it's a very handy thing to have. You see, the trader perk allows the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. The tablet, of course, being on Ava's person right now.
Damn it.
So I was right. You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which is how you saw Diana enter. I thought it was weird Ava wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school cameras. Then the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room is because Ava was watching me. This is making too much sense. Ava, how could you negotiate with your kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. I either take his deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I would die here with the rest of you. That selfish attitude is the reason why you've ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out of here together? If you hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled this situation, we might have made progress on escaping. Even if I didn't kill, someone else would have eventually. And if they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and snivel and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me. Honest or not, playing Toshi's game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken. We had food, we had shelter. All we had to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place. But I would have died first. It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang, his constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd make, while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence, and you all would have believed him. That's not... Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder, and if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst. I hope you all rot here. That's cold, man. Even if we had some rough spots, some of us still try to get along with you. It was ticking me off with these excuses. Literally. That's all they are. God damn, bro. Like, get a grip. During the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining. You think a few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? Bro, it's not like they... It's not like they killed your parents. Like, come on now. None of you actually care about me. None of you. I've never been anything to anyone. What do you mean? It really is the same in here as it is out there. I'm always the one that people hated. I don't fucking care, bro. I literally don't care. If it was a couple hours earlier, I would. But I'm a dumbass, and I've been playing this way too long. I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to do. I was the prodigy student the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right, but I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me, because they wanted the love I received. Or what they thought was love. And despite all my hard work, the UTB turned me into something I never wanted to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible if I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now when I try to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. Yeah, that sucks, man. But I cared. Ava, I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Ava, why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I could. I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you. It didn't mean anything. Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserve it. No. Diana let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium. Diana! Louise ran over to Diana and put her arm around her shoulder. Why did you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel. She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case, so it stands to reason that they would be mentioned here too. When Ava realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder. Enough of this bullshit already. So Ava's a privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucks. Who cares? You took Wolfgang's life. The only thing you deserve is some fucking comeuppance. I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent. Even she must know how ridiculous that sounds. If Ava didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him? Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite. She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class trial. Yes, I agree with Winona. In that case, do you reckon Ava killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer? She herself admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
No.
Anyway, Ava isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here with even weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who was looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. It doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. How so? Because of the perk. Huh? Those who told me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die. What? Is this true, Tozu? Guilty as charged. No way. Tozu never told me the number of days I had left, just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die. I had to do something. You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have done the same. It's your own fault. You were only in that situation because you took that perk. Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too. You're a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel less bad about killing me. Killing her? That's right, how could I forget? If the blackened is uncovered. Enough already. I'm sick of talking to this scumbag. Get on with the fucking execution, will you? Alright. This soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to. Oh man, it's been a while since I've watched an execution. All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to churn alive. The whir of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, raw and loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony. Do not avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of the budget went into this. No, I don't. What's going on? This isn't happening. To the victor go the spoils. Hail the honorable deed. Avenged at last. I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls. This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let this show begin.
I want to live. I deserve to live. I'm
to live. I'm going to live!
I don't think you are, Ava. I'm sorry. And now we present the execution of Ava Suna. Huh? She's running. She's running. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the show. Oh dear. Oh well, she's fighting tooth and nail. I'll give that to her. It's like Leon. Fiery furnace of I don't know what that said. How does it feel, Ava? I do kind of feel bad for her. Bro, this is fucked. Dude. Taunting her, that's crazy work. Those protractors? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's not good. Ooh, my god. The budget was definitely upped up here, yeah? Ooh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well. She's not giving up. I'll give that to her. I'd have given up immediately. Dude, just let it go, man. Oh, that's Kara. It's playing her like a puppet. Oh. Oh, man. Killed by math. And that's the feather in her hair. And we're crying. Grace isn't. She's happy. Still one of my faves. Oh, well, hey, to each their own, you know. She was chill for, you know, whenever she wasn't trying to backstab us. Everyone's screaming. My entire body had seized up. I couldn't move a single limb. Couldn't say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare. My mind at a complete and total loss. So that's what punishment entails? Let me go home. Please let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Ava put up quite a fight. For a second there, she almost had me believing we'd underestimated her. Just kidding. How can you do this, forcing these innocent people to kill each other? So judgmental. Need I remind you that this is a student-on-student warfare? Just shut up already. Poor Damon. Yeah. I mean, poor everyone. They gotta witness something like that, you know? Ava, why? You just needed a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm going to be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I? No one else is gonna die here. We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat it after me. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced, but now it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again. I'm not okay. I'm never gonna be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him? Diana, you had no way of knowing what was going to come next. He was wielding a knife too. Anyone would have done what you did. Did you really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually a comment like that would have gotten a rise out of Grace, but she stood completely silent. I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness, I can't let anyone forget it. That goes without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths my talent can go. The ability to change others' appearances to the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who fits in front of the mirror. I've never really put myself in that place. Diana, you okay? If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least, maybe I can live for him. You didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah. I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Well, he can't be a lawyer, but yeah, I guess. What are you doing?
Like a chameleon, I will adapt.
Okay, what are you doing, bro?
Follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish.
What was that?
I'll become something new.
Tears were running down Diana's face, but her expression, somehow she looked determined. I couldn't understand it. Despite everything she's been through, here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy, acting like she's a hero from a storybook. But has this girl lost her mind? Probably. I mean, watching someone die like that would make anyone lose their mind. Wolfgang and Ava, neither of them deserved this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else here. For both their sake, I'll save everyone from the killing game. Take this seriously, will you? It seems your peers aren't much in the mood for heretic monologues. Heroic, not heretic. Heroic. Anyhow, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up, unless you have any further questions for me. You are all free to return to your dorms, please. Let me go. So any further questions? Huh? Now where have I heard that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as a no. Until next time, everyone. Just like last time Otozu walked over to the throne. By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We've set it back to its default mode. What you glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. On that ominous note, he was lowered underground. Hey guys, should we just go back to our rooms? It's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. Yep, good idea. Just go home. People silently made their way to the elevator, but horror and despair etched on their faces. It was clear today's events would not be easily forgotten. And you just watch someone fucking brutally die, fighting for their life. Yeah. And then there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over, the devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's death, the trial, Ava dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. This is dark, very much so is, yeah. It had all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana after everything that's happened, seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud just like Wolfgang once did. It pissed me off. Oh, are we gonna become the murderer? We're gonna become the Blackened? Watch Kai be our new support? I hope so. I like Kai. I want to cuddle with him. That's what I want to do. Nope. Oh. To be continued. Holy shit, thank God, dude. Oh my God. I'm so fucking tired. What time is it? It's 5 a.m. I've got 5 hours of sleep. No, I'm definitely going to sleep till noon. Would you like to save your game? Yes, save. Alright. F1. Alright, I'm done, dude. I'm out of here. I'm skedaddling. Thank you guys so much for watching. Watch Kai's my favorite right now. I would honestly love Kaiman to become canon. Good night. Yeah, good night, guys. And, you know, I would love to cuddle with Kai for a couple more nights. But, you know, I want to go to bed and cuddle with my fucking body pillow of him. You know? Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next stream, whenever that is, or whatever I'll be streaming. I have no idea. But I want to go to bed. I want to go eat, sleep. That's what I need right now in my life. Alright, good night, you guys. Make sure you guys get some good sleep as well. It's been a long stream. So, you guys have a good day, or whenever it is you're viewing this, and see you guys later.